hope the minister is around the corner. You can still chat. There's nothing that stops you from chatting. The minister would be upset that in a World Science Forum, you're not discussing the problems of the world. All right, if we can just stand, the minister is walking in, and we can lower the speech. Thank you. All right, thanks very much. You may be seated. As I've indicated earlier on, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Phil Mjwaha. My day job is Director General in the Department of Science and Innovation. If you want to know what I'm doing in the evening, let's talk after the opening ceremony this evening. So I'd like to welcome you, and I would seek the permission of the minister because I'm aware that he's got a very tight time scale, that we will continue with the acknowledgements as we proceed. But for now, just to say that we acknowledge your presence, Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Dr. Blade Nzimande. And then I've also seen the UK High Commissioner as well here. So we are extremely delighted. Anthony Phillipson, we were with him yesterday when we went to the SKA, so you are extremely welcome. There are a couple of other guests, as I say, we will continue to acknowledge them. So there are three opening remarks that I'd like to make before I humbly request the Minister to come to the fore. As you all know, last week South Africa hosted a Green Hydrogen Summit, which was led by the Presidency. As the Ministry of Higher Education and Science and Technology, we have two interests. One is to provide innovations that are part of this transition to a hydrogen economy. And you already have seen exhibits on your left-hand side of the work that we've done. You'll probably also get an opportunity to hear from some of the small, medium enterprises that we work with that we would like to support as part of this initiative. So that's the one leg. Of course, the ministry has two legs. It's got science and innovation leg, and then it also has the higher education, post-school education. And then we also want to talk a little bit about, do we have the right skills, and are we preparing the right skills for this transition? So you'll hear more about this, and at this stage I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of my colleague at DG Sishi from the higher education side. And when you do this, of course, you don't do it alone, you do it with a range of international partners, and therefore you'll also hear the work that we are doing and what's happening in Europe, and DG Joint Research Center from European Commission, Mr. Stephen Quest will come and say a few words, and we are grateful, Stephen, for your presence here. We met in Tokyo. So without further ado, therefore, this hopefully provides you with a little bit of context, and I would then humbly request the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Dr. Nzimande, to come and address us. Honorable Minister.
Yeah, no, the design is not as... thank you very much, Program Director, our Director General of the Department of Science and Innovation. Let me greet my colleague, the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation of Angola, Ms. Elsano Cardoso. A very warm welcome, Minister. Let me also greet the High Commissioner of the United Kingdom, Mr. Anthony Phillipson. And let me also greet the Mayor of Saldanha Bay, Mr. Andre Truter, and also the DG of the Joint Research Council from the European Union, Mr. Stephen Quest, the Director General of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Nkosinathi Sishi, all the Deputy Directors General present here from both my departments, my special advisors who are here, the Chairperson of the Chemical Industries Education and Training Authority, Ms. Wezikoza, and your CEO, Mr. Yeshen Pillay, the boards and CEOs of our other state entities, members of the diplomatic community, representatives of industry and academia, you are also most welcome. All government officials who are here, members of the media, friends and partners, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Goeiemorgen. Dumelang. It gives me great pleasure today to address three linked events, all related to my ministerial mandate. Today I'll be talking some key hydrogen matters contributing to South Africa's quest for a just energy transition. Namely, the launch of a series of roundtables on science diplomacy for economic development through hydrogen. 2, the green hydrogen technical and vocational education and training ecosystem for a just transition strategic framework. 3, the Chemical Industries Education and Training Authority Pan-African Skills Conference. Today's events build on the Green Hydrogen Summit held last Tuesday, which was the first summit on green hydrogen in Africa and was launched by our President, Cyril Ramaphosa. According to the recently released Just Energy Transition Investment Plan, South Africa will require $98 billion over the next 5 years to enable a just transition and achieve its ambitious emissions reduction targets. The plan, on which consultation continues, forms the basis for South Africa's pathway towards a low-carbon, climate-resilient society and identifies green hydrogen as one of 4 areas with huge growth and investment potential. Not only in South Africa, by the way, also in our continent. We're a continent of wind and we're a continent of the sun. This may as well be indicating that indeed, like Africa is the origin of humankind, Africa is a future for primary sources of alternative energy like hydrogen. I would like to highlight the fact that the focus will be on green hydrogen exports, electrolyzers and fuel cell production, and the manufacture of green steel, sustainable aviation fuel, ammonia, fertilizers, and renewable energy components. It is estimated that South Africa has the potential to produce between 6 and 13 million tons of green hydrogen and derivatives by year 2050. This is a huge production figure that will require anything between 140 and 300 gigawatts of renewable energy. Needless to say, South Africa is blessed with abundant renewable energy resources, both solar and wind, and our continent indeed. We're emphasizing also partnership, by the way, with the continent because as South Africa, despite the fact that we have got the most advanced science infrastructure and the single largest public university system, for instance, and a research system, but we are not an island. We are very much part of the African continent. So we need to move together. This is a message also to our international partners that much as we will deepen work as South Africa with yourselves, but also let's use this as a platform also for the development of the continent as a whole. A just energy transition requires even closer collaboration between industrial companies, innovative small and medium enterprises, training facilities, financial institutes, investment partners, and governments. Undoubtedly, if we can align the various roles, needs, and opportunities, we can accelerate this transition. Collaboration between companies, knowledge institutions, and provincial and municipal governments is vital, as is collaboration with neighboring countries like Namibia and Angola, and other international partners like the European Union, the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, and Japan, among many others. Yes, I've mentioned our partners. I haven't mentioned the countries who have progressed to the quarterfinals of the World Cup. If we indeed work together, we can speed up the energy transition and make the hydrogen economy a reality in the near future. What is our role as the Department of Science and Innovation in the green hydrogen economy? Most of you are aware that my ministry, particularly through the Department of Science and Innovation, has been at the forefront of exploring ways in which South Africa can play a significant role in the green hydrogen economy. In 2007, the Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technologies Research, Development, and Innovation Strategy was published, and this led to the national flagship program adopted by Cabinet, Hydrogen South Africa, usually referred to as HI-SA. Not high in the other way. More recently, in October 2021, a feasibility study commissioned by the Department of Science and Innovation identified 3 hubs: the Mogalakwena in Limpopo, Johannesburg in Gauteng, and Durban and Richards Bay in KwaZulu-Natal, with potential to be part of what we call South Africa's first hydrogen valley. In February this year, I officially launched South Africa's Hydrogen Society Roadmap, which identifies the need for South Africa to forge international partnerships and market South Africa as a preferred research and investment destination for green hydrogen and ammonia. And I would like to say this: to partner with South Africa on science, you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong. The fact that we are holding the World Science Forum, it's a huge confidence in us, vote of confidence in our science system, and the fact that we are convening these types of initiatives shows that you can't go wrong. We've proved ourselves even with COVID-19. We were the first to identify variants of COVID-19. So we are indeed having pockets of excellent, excellent science. Today, I'm also very happy then to officially launch another of the Department of Science and Innovation's forward-looking and pragmatic initiatives, a series of roundtables on science diplomacy for economic development through hydrogen. Driven by the Department of Science and Innovation in partnership with Stellenbosch University, the Durban University of Technology, and Impact Hydrogen, an international partner and front-runner in the development of hydrogen valleys, the Science Diplomacy Initiative seeks to support the Hydrogen Society Roadmap through a series of local and international thought and action-provoking workshops. One of the Hydrogen Society Roadmap's objectives is to obtain a clear understanding of hydrogen as an energy carrier, as well as achieving a commitment to producing clean hydrogen in a way that is socially just and sensitive to the potential negative impacts of change on jobs and local economies. I was pleased to learn that the inaugural Science Diplomacy Roundtable, which started yesterday, was themed Hydrogen as a Lever for Social Justice, in line with our World Science Forum theme of Science for Social Justice. The workshop is showcasing hydrogen valleys from our partners in Europe, Britain, and Japan, and engaging local and international stakeholders in discussions around hydrogen value chains, financing, policy, and regulation, as well as socio-economic impact. Although the first workshop ends today, there are 7 more lined up for next year, I'm pleased to say, including in the Netherlands, where the European Union is building its first hydrogen valley. In March, we will be talking trade relations in Tokyo. And in September, we will be in Brussels discussing education, financing, and policy frameworks, amongst other things. In South Africa, 3 more workshops will be held focusing on hydrogen and the youth, women in green hydrogen, and hydrogen and regional prosperity. Thank you to all those who helped make the first roundtable a fruitful one. May your engagements have tangible outcomes. On technical vocational education and training and the green hydrogen economy, Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, we obviously need skills for the green hydrogen economy. There's no question about that. As a country, South Africa has always recognized the importance of skills development in rectifying the inequities of the past, allowing meaningful economic participation, and restoring people's dignity. Last week, our President, Cyril Ramaphosa, state visit to the United Kingdom reaffirmed the UK government's intention to support South Africa's plans to develop a green hydrogen sector. Some of you saw us, including my advisor, Dr. Derek Swartz, looking like penguins, you know, at Buckingham Palace. The UK's partnership for accelerated climate transition, UK PACT program, has already contributed to our hydrogen economy by sharing knowledge towards the development of South Africa's Hydrogen Society Roadmap. UK PACT has also funded studies on the employment opportunities and skills needed for South Africa's green hydrogen economy. One such study resulted in the Green Hydrogen TVET Ecosystem Just Transition Strategic Framework. It may sound long, but as South Africans, you know, we tend to have emphasis, you know, on things. And also in typical African languages, which are very long-winded, we mean just this. You know, Green Hydrogen TVET Ecosystem Just Transition Strategic Framework that we are launching today. Our technical vocational education and training, that is TVET colleges, as we call them, are valuable tools for socio-economic transformation, which is perhaps more important now than ever before. The great acceleration in science, technology, and innovation has left educational systems scrambling to respond to rapidly changing and uncertain learning environments. Didn't COVID push us to this? You know, really was a wake-up call. We were all scrambling for laptops, for online learning, and so on. At the same time, science, technology, and innovations are powerful drivers of change and vital for building a sustainable, resilient, and inclusive economy. In transitioning to a just and inclusive green hydrogen economy, the TVET ecosystem needs to cultivate transversal skills, develop a knowledge common for skills, and create an enabling collaborative environment to address global shifts and local challenges. In short, we need green artisans. That's the challenge, and around which we can also cooperate across the world. The South African Green Hydrogen TVET ecosystem, Just Transition Strategic Framework, is a key enabler in the implementation of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan of our country and provides the foundation for future policy interventions needed to transform the TVET skills development ecosystem and train large numbers of green artisans, as I say, and technicians. TVET colleges have the potential to empower young people and to support established workers making the transition into the green labor market. I hope as we move forward, we will also, across the board, as various countries, be collaborating even further on the role of TVET colleges in a just energy transition and in the hydrogen sector in particular. In this way, the TVET ecosystem can play a pivotal role in the rapid expansion of renewable energy production and South Africa's move from fossil fuel-based economic dependence. I'm confident that the effective implementation of this green hydrogen TVET ecosystem will re-establish the TVET ecosystem itself and facilitate stronger partnerships between government, the private sector, our educational institutions, including universities and TVET colleges, and civil society. We will need to improve gender equality and social inclusion through work-integrated learning and systems for skills, anticipation, and matching. As South Africa, there can be no hydrogen economy without women being at the center. There can be no skills development without also empowering women. So it's a very important dimension of what we do. We will also need to accelerate the establishment of a hybrid model for TVET centers of specialization, which will enable increased flexibility and improve the return on skills development investments. Now, the last section then I want to talk about, the last issue is the Chemical Industries Education and Training Authority's Pan-African Hydrogen Economy Skills Conference. It is essential to understand the skills required to bring about sustainable green economic growth and development. In its efforts to create an integrated post-school education and training sector, the government acknowledges the centrality of industry in skills development. And I'm glad that the Chemical Industries Education and Training Authorities, we call it the CHIETA, not cheetah, the CHIETA. That's our training authority. Its Pan-African Hydrogen Economy Skills Conference is focused on the industry perspectives, experiences, and skills required for the hydrogen economy. CHIETA, the Education and Training Authority for the Chemical Industries, as I say, has in recent years repositioned itself to innovate for impact. An intervention such as this conference will enable CHIETA to continue taking stock of its strategies and assessing its ability to deliver on skills development for sustainable livelihoods, as well as allowing the authority to provide leadership on skills development for the hydrogen economy. As always, collaboration and partnerships are essential for success. I'm pleased to note that the collaboration of CHIETA and our Department of Science and Innovation with partners such as Impact Hydrogen from the Netherlands, the South African National Energy Institutes, the Durban University of Technology, the Center for Renewable and Sustainable Energy Studies at Stellenbosch Universities, and more recently, the National Business Initiative. I can't emphasize this more to industry. To say without partnership with our TVETs, with our CETAs, with our universities, we're not going to traverse this hydrogen route in the manner in which we need to be. We need industry to open its own workspaces for our young people, for our TVET college lecturers to actually gain current experience, and we move together because we are moving into a new terrain for all of us. None of us can walk this path alone. These partnerships, which are essential, they have already, I'm pleased to say, at least brought about the three related events I'm speaking to, all of which resonate with our white paper on post-school education and training's emphasis on partnerships for building an expanded, effective, and integrated post-school system. I therefore would like to officially open the Chieta Pan-African Skills Conference by thanking the many stakeholders who have made time to continue the skills revolution for the green hydrogen economy, especially the Chieta board and the CEO, Mr. Yeshan Pillay. In conclusion, I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the Directors General of Science and Innovation and Higher Education and Training and their teams who have worked closely together to ensure that the skills developed for the country match the technology and innovations being produced. I have to thank you, DG, so that you don't say Ministry has spoken for too long now. So to keep you quiet, I'm ending now, is to thank you together with your colleague, Dr. Sishi. I also would like to thank all the delegates to this important conference, very warmly and heartily. I no longer now want to say I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, because sometimes ministers have got problems of saying things the opposite. I may end up saying I want to thank you from the heart of my bottom, which is not my intention at all. Please enjoy and have a fruitful conference. I'm looking forward, by the way, to receive the conference report and recommendations. Thank you very much. Is this mine?
Thank you very much, Minister. It's difficult not to listen to you. Not only we appreciate the content of your 4 points, the launch of the roundtables, the launch of the study, which we'll hear more later, and then, of course, you opening the Pan-African Hydrogen Green Conference, as well as, I think, painting a very clear picture of South Africa's vision into this new journey. Thank you very much, Minister. And you have actually saved us time because 9:35 is the next one. Oh, okay. All right. So I'll immediately call the next speaker. But before we do that, as I indicated, because we wanted to give Minister sufficient time, he has to leave soon. We agree that we are going to acknowledge people as we go along. So again, I'd like to start by acknowledging the Minister of Higher Education, Science, Technology and Innovation of Angola, Maria do Rosario Breganka. I hope I've spelled that correctly. Okay. Thanks very much, Minister. So I know that, Minister, you'll leave us at some stage rather sooner than later, but thanks very much for the message. So may I invite Mr. Stephen Quest? Yeah? Oh, okay. Who is the DG Joint Research Center from the European Commission to give remarks on the European dimension in regards to hydrogen values. A round of applause for Stephen, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Honourable Minister Nzimande, Director General Majara, dear Minister, High Commissioner, Mayor, honourable guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's really a great honour for me to be here today. Thank you so much for having us here today at this event. And I bring also my greetings from my boss, Commissioner Maria Gabriel, who is the European Union Commissioner for Research and Innovation. And it's a very great honour to be able to represent the European Commission here at this inaugural event. We've heard from the Minister in his great remarks the importance that South Africa is putting on the hydrogen economy and developing your approach to boosting the hydrogen economy. And I want to just share a few remarks here about the European perspective, and in particular on hydrogen valleys, which the Minister mentioned as being particularly important. And I hope that these reflections can add to your own reflections as you pursue these initiatives. Just to set a little bit of context about the policy context for the European Union, we're in the process as well of strengthening our own hydrogen-related ambitions. We've initiated our own hydrogen strategy, and we have also a broader package of measures to accelerate the push into renewable energies. We call it Repower EU. Minister, you said in Africa you like long titles. In Europe we love acronyms, so we have an acronym for everything, and this is Repower EU. And the intention here is that by 2030, the European Union aims to produce 10 million tons of hydrogen with renewable electricity per year, and also to aim to import another 10 million tons from abroad. And I think this connects very well with the external dimension. That's why it's important that we're talking here today, because we're keen to further improve our energy diversification, to be able to import energy from different sources. And I think we want to build long-term partnerships with international suppliers, and certainly cooperation on hydrogen is high on that list, and it's clear that our partnership here with South Africa is going to be very important going forward. So hydrogen valleys clearly play an important part in realizing these ambitions. The Minister spoke about the importance of making this a reality, of opening up opportunities and of boosting collaboration between all different sectors of the economy and of society indeed. And hydrogen valleys can play an important role in this, because they're really the step between doing demonstration projects and then moving up to a fully mature hydrogen economy. So they play a role both in promoting the supply of hydrogen, but also the demand for hydrogen in different key sectors. So they can really help to push market uptake of hydrogen, because they invest in building an entire energy ecosystem in which different types of public and private stakeholders can collaborate together to try and see the advantages. And they can also help provide the demand that we need to see for equipment, for components, so that we can also support in-house manufacturing of the elements that we need to produce and use hydrogen in different ways. So for these hydrogen valleys to work, they need to be quite large scale, and they require some quite large scale investments as well. In the European Union, what we've been doing is trying to combine together funds from different funding sources, different programs of funding, to support and create these valleys. So some of the funding comes from research and innovation, but you can't do everything through a research and innovation program. You also need to leverage both public funding and private funding, and that's where the valley approach is good in creating a pole of attraction. And the other thing that's important is to do a lot to promote knowledge exchange and sharing of best practice. So my own department, the Joint Research Centre, has been doing quite a lot of work to enable the sharing of best practice through a process that we call smart specialization, and also creating a partnership between different hydrogen valleys where we bring together regional authorities so they can discuss and explore how things are going and which way they want to go. And that takes us into the area of running workshops, of running events and webinars to really share knowledge. Some of the other key features of hydrogen valleys include the fact that you need quite a clearly defined geographical scope so that you can really target the ecosystem. Quite a broad value chain coverage so that you really get right through the industrial ecosystem, and interconnectivity with different sectors, but also, as the Minister mentioned, skills are highly important because it has a lot of potential to generate new skills and to bring people into this vibrant part of the economy, but that also needs some investments. So far, the efforts at the European level on hydrogen valleys have been quite positive, we feel. If we look globally, we have, at the moment in the European Union, about 2/3 of the total worldwide coverage of hydrogen valleys. It's not a huge number in itself, it's about 20, but 20 is already quite a big step forward, we feel, so there's a lot of effort going into this. And it's great to see other countries and other areas also pushing into this, because I think there's a lot that we can learn from each other by bringing together different perspectives. If we look at the characteristics of the different hydrogen valleys in Europe, there are a few trends I'd like to highlight. One is around hydrogen for mobility and transport, because this is one of the key drivers for a lot of the hydrogen valleys. We see that mobility and transport is a big energy consumer, so the potential for using hydrogen and switching into hydrogen is really quite high. But in addition, various industrial and energy applications are also very important, because again, there you can push into renewables in those important energy-consuming sectors. So we see hydrogen as a really important technology, particularly to target areas which are hard to abate using other types of technology. It's perhaps easier with cars to go for electric batteries, but for some heavy-duty transport, hydrogen provides, I think, a potentially more viable long-term option. And of course, behind all of this, climate change mitigation is a very important target that we're trying to contribute to as we develop these valleys. In terms of perspectives for the future in Europe, three very rapid points here. First, that we want in the EU to increase our support to hydrogen valleys through the different programs that we have, and to try and generate as much top-up funding as possible to jumpstart and to push ahead, because we need to move rapidly. We still have the ambition to double the number of hydrogen valleys by 2030. In addition, we work globally. One area of cooperation is the important mission innovation, which grew out of the G20, and here we're planning to relaunch a Hydrogen Valley platform in the first quarter of next year, which is both to support the global intention of having 100 worldwide hydrogen valleys by 2030, but also to provide a knowledge-sharing platform so that we can really bring people together. And the third thing that we're working on is the regulatory framework, because this is quite new technology, and it's important that we have an enabling regulatory environment so that we can actually facilitate change for industry and for consumers, and make sure that we have the right regulation in place. And there again, international cooperation is important. We need to connect the dots and not go down separate dividing paths. To just develop slightly this Hydrogen Valley platform, the aim here is to welcome projects from around the world, to share best practice, to integrate existing hydrogen players into a vibrant international network, to also look at things like skills, and to really boost this international cooperation, because we think that's the right way to go. From my perspective in the Joint Research Centre, very happy to work, to share knowledge, to exchange best practice. And we have quite a vibrant amount of work on the technical side in the Joint Research Centre, which can certainly support this. So I'll conclude there with those remarks. I hope that's been of interest. Once again, many thanks, Honourable Minister and Director General, for inviting us here at this event. We do believe that hydrogen valleys really are a key stepping stone for creating this hydrogen economy. I think clearly South Africa has both the ambition to move forward in this area and clearly the potential to do so. So please count on our support in your endeavours, and if anything else that we can provide in terms of a European perspective on the valleys and how we might work together in the future. Very happy to continue that conversation. Thank you so much.
Well, just to do a little bit of advertising for Stephen, if you haven't been to the Joint Research Centre in Italy, this is your opportunity. He's made an open invite, and I can tell you, when I went there, I didn't want to come back to South Africa. Only place outside South Africa that I went to, and I didn't want to come back. Thanks very much, Stephen. But I think we're going to hear more about the hydrogen valleys later on during the panel discussion from the Netherlands perspective. I really do think also linking to the speech by the minister around the round tables, that will continue the conversation with the EU and yourself, of course, when the round table happens, and we would like to learn from your experience. And as you also indicated, on the technical side, we've got teams here that will be able to link up with the offer that you have made. But thank you very much for sharing this experience with us. So we have a couple of speakers now who will talk about the TVET study that the minister launched. Remarks by the British High Commissioner to South Africa, Anthony Phillipson, will be the first person. And the role of TVET in skills transition in South Africa, one of the key ingredients and one of the things we have to worry about to make sure that we prepare the skills for this area. Dr. Anthony Kiwa from an industry association called the National Business Initiative, and then the overview of the study by Dr. Dion Klute from the South African Institute of International Affairs. But let me then start with British High Commissioner to South Africa and humbly invite the British High Commissioner to come and address us. You can still give him a round of applause.
Thank you very much indeed, Programme Director. It's a great pleasure to be here. I know that the Minister has to slip away. He's probably scared that I'm going to make him wear white tie again. But I would just say it was an enormous pleasure to see President Ramaphosa and his delegation, including the Minister for Higher Education, Science and Innovation, and a number of senior officials who are also here today and also got to dress up in their finery for the palace. That was the ceremonial bit of the state visit. But there was real substance as well done, including, as the Minister mentioned in his remarks, around the context of not only the hydrogen economy, specifically the partnerships that we're building between the UK and South Africa in that area, but also how all this fits together into the just energy transition that the President and his cabinet are driving with such ambition and enthusiasm here in South Africa with our full support. But also, as actually says on the front of your programme today, this is all about science diplomacy for economic development. So I think it was a hugely important and substantive visit, as well as a little bit of ceremonial bits and pieces, including a wonderful carriage ride down the Mall, which you didn't mention. But anyway, it was a great pleasure to have you there. May I also recognise the Minister for Higher Education, Science, Technology and Innovation from Angola. It's a great pleasure to meet you this morning, ma'am. DG Fulmajwara, great to see you, and also Derek. We spent a lot of time in a small plane on the way up and down from Carnarvon to the Square Kilometre Array yesterday. Great to see you in a slightly bigger room today. I've just met the Mayor of Saldanha, Mr. Truter, and hope to see you again on Friday when I actually happen to be up in your patch, visiting a kelp forest as part of our commitment to working with South Africa on conservation and biodiversity. I'd also like to recognise the DG Joint Research Centre, Stephen Quest, and I fully endorse all of his remarks about what we are doing in Europe. Obviously, we are now in the EU, but we are still working in very, very close partnership with our European colleagues, including in the European Commission. And I'd also like, if I may, this probably will embarrass her, just to recognise Dr. Masaramula, who is the acting DG for Technology and Innovation. Is that right? That is your title, no? Because of the work that she has put into this, and she has come along and briefed a number of our ministers on visits to the UK. So thank you very much indeed to all of those, and welcome to everyone else here, and apologies if I haven't recognised you. It gives me just a real pleasure to say a few words about what is quite a long title of the South African Green Hydrogen TVET Ecosystem Just Transition Strategic Framework. I might just call it the TVET study. And the UK, as I said just a second ago, is a partner in the Just Energy Transition Partnership with South Africa, along with France, Germany, the EU and the US, which we launched at COP26 in Glasgow in November last year, and which we reaffirmed at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh just a few weeks ago, when South Africa, a really important milestone of publishing their Just Energy Transition Investment Plan. And within that investment plan, within that partnership, the role of the hydrogen economy is one of the priority areas, and it is something that we have invested a lot of time and effort and energy in talking to our South African colleagues about how we chart a roadmap to the future of the hydrogen economy, and the report that is on various tables today sets that out in great detail. Within the Just Energy Transition Partnership, the UK has committed $1.8 billion as part of the $8.5 billion that the countries I just mentioned said that they would mobilise over the next 3 to 5 years. We hope around that we will see other actors, other public sector partners, the private sector, the academic sector, the philanthropic sector, crowding in seems to be the term, bringing together the additional resources that will be needed for South Africa to drive that Just Energy Transition Partnership over probably about the next 30 years. I think that is the context we're all working in, working towards net zero by 2050. It is a complex task, it is a mammoth task, but I think what we have seen in South Africa and what we have seen through the partnership we have developed with South Africa is a commitment to understanding what it involves and then charting the way forward. And actually I think we're starting to see momentum on the ground, we're starting to see progress on the ground, and it's very, very exciting. And I'm delighted in particular that the UK Partnership for Accelerated Climate Transition, or what we call UK PACT, has provided technical assistance grant funding for the South African Green Hydrogen TVET Ecosystem Just Transition Strategic Framework. This is just another example of the UK demonstrating our commitment in practice to supporting clean energy and skills development, both, as I say, key areas in the just energy transition here in South Africa. We launched UK PACT here in South Africa in 2020. So far, we have supported a diverse range of projects covering the sectors of energy, sustainable finance, and sustainable transport. And as the leading UK bilateral climate change programme in South Africa, UK PACT has and will continue to provide grant funding through technical assistance and capacity building projects. Over the last decade, the UK has contributed over £250 million, or 5 billion rand, in international climate finance here in South Africa. This, of course, is a country with an abundance of renewable energy resources, and these have the potential to catalyse growth and jobs through revenue generation from domestic and international trade. Green hydrogen is no longer a fuel for the future, it is a fuel for now, for the current time, and the government of South Africa has clearly shown its forward-leaning intent to use it to help the country achieve its economic development, its societal development objectives. The launch of this strategic framework is therefore well placed, as it follows the launch of South Africa's Hydrogen Society Roadmap earlier this year, which also benefited from UK PACT technical assistance, as well as from others. There are UK companies contributing to the development of South Africa's green hydrogen economy. One thing that we talked about during the context of the state visit a couple of weeks ago was an investment by a company called Hive Energy, who will look to build a green ammonia plant in South Africa. That is an 80 billion rand investment, 4.6 billion US, which has the potential not only to drive the just energy transition, but also to create green jobs here in South Africa, which is so important to the just piece of that ambition. Back in 2021, the UK released its first hydrogen strategy. That strategy sets out the approach that we will take to develop a thriving low-carbon hydrogen sector in the UK to meet our increased ambition for 10 gigawatts of low-carbon hydrogen production capacity by 2030. South Africa and the UK are also working closely in this field, including the recent visit by the Minister to Teesside on the back of the state visit, but also the collaborations that have been developed between Teesside University, and I think you heard from one of their professors yesterday, and the partnership with the University of Stellenbosch. So the UK warmly congratulates all of those involved at the Department of Science and Innovation on this new strategic framework. We believe and anticipate and are confident that it will have a long-lasting impact on South Africa's ability to reform its energy sector, as well as to deliver the necessary upskilling and reskilling of individuals to be relevant for the jobs of the future and to sustain that economic journey. We hope the strategic framework will catalyse policy debates, discussions, implementation of new curricula to enhance post-school learning, as well as the other pieces of the puzzle. So on behalf of the UK Government, I would just like to say thank you very much indeed for inviting me to say a few words today. I wish you all the best for the rest of the workshop. Thank you.
Thanks very much, High Commissioner. It's always a pleasure to listen to the UK's support to the work that we are embarking on, the Jet Transition 1.8 billion. We greatly appreciate it, and the UK PACT. We also, on the side of the state visit, had the opportunity to explore a little bit with some companies and the funders on how this money could flow into South Africa, not only in South Africa, but of course between South Africa and the UK. And then the point that you've raised, that this cannot be only driven by the public side, but we need the private sector as well. So we continue to look for partnership with UK private companies. And it is therefore fitting to have Dr. Anton Gior, the National Business Initiative. I hope he's here. Yes, NBI is an industry association, so we're beginning to hear the industry support to this work. So a round of applause for Anthony, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm just waiting for the presentation. Thank you. So many of you will wonder why this image, which has got nothing to do with green hydrogen. But I think it just reflects the kind of face of the just transition, because this young woman is the challenge. If we can't enable young people to be part of this transition, if we can't equip young people to participate in this just transition, it's not going to be just. And I think as a business organization concerned with socioeconomic transformation and sustainability, the NBI has for many years been trying to work with the TVET system and our various partners to try and address this disjuncture between supply and demand and how we transform the economy in an equitable and transformative manner, which is, I think everyone can agree, we haven't yet succeeded. So we continue to plow this course and to try and find solutions that are equitable, that are transformative, and that are just. And particularly, speaking briefly about our attempts to understand what it means to actually make this transition just from a skills and employment perspective. And we continue to try and find practical solutions that we can turn into practical projects. And I'm going to talk very briefly, because I know we don't have a lot of time, about how we're trying to do that. And I'm going to... Right. So we've made significant investments in our TVET and skills system over many years now. But in reality is that for many young people, like that young woman you've seen on the screen, pathways to technical occupations are still very limited. There's a number of blockages that young people face, and those that want to become artisans, and I'm talking specifically now about artisanal pathways, are limited in their opportunities to do so. We know that the government has invested quite heavily in the development of artisans over the years. Industry has placed a lot of emphasis, particularly our large industries, in the development of artisans, and yet we still sit, not so much that there's a problem around production of artisans per se, but that the large majority of young people are locked out of artisan training. And if we talk about our township youth, those that want to become artisans one day, very little opportunities for them to do so. So their best option is in fact to land up in a low-skilled, relatively low-paid job, and to hope that over time they can work towards that outcome. But in reality, most of them never get there. So they remain trapped in very low-paying, precarious work opportunities, in low-paying jobs, very precarious contract work, and very little space for progression, very little space for them to reach their aspirations. But we do believe that there are sectors in our economy that can absorb these young people. And the question is, why are they not? They're made up of large numbers of SMEs, as we know. Many of our artisanal industries, whether it's plumbing, electrical, carpentry and others, are made up of SMEs, many of which are informal, many of which face a number of barriers to growth. So these SMEs are not creating jobs, and yet they make up a huge, significant part of our economy, right? So the question is why? Why are these SMEs not able to create jobs? And I think that these are the questions we have to grapple with. Because if we want to unlock the full potential of our economy to create jobs as we transition, We have to be able to lift that base. We have to be able to address the barriers that many entrepreneurs in our society face in becoming job creators. And when we're talking now, particularly in the artisanal space, the situation is fairly dire, because we have, in our context, a large number of township artisans out there that are never going to be able to get recognition. They're never going to be able to compete in market opportunities, and as a result, they're never going to be able to create jobs. So this is why we look at the just transition from a slightly different perspective. Yes, the new technologies that we're talking to today are wonderful. They advance human capacity. They take us into new areas of environmental sustainability and growth and energy security. But do they take the majority of our economy along with them? And I suppose that, for me, is the key challenge. So we believe that SMEs are the key. Now, we've been developing a kind of a broad proposition as the NBI, together with Department of Higher Education and Training, the Presidency, and our key private sector partners, as well as international donors, to understand where are these opportunities, where are these jobs, and how do we manifest those jobs, how do we make them a reality. And we do believe that SMEs are the key. So if we can unlock the capacity of SMEs to become job creators, then we start to solve some of our fundamental challenges around just transitions. If we look alone at the plumbing industry, for example, you see that 90% of our plumbing businesses are informal. Now, we keep sitting around tables and talking about how we need to produce more artisans. I sit in many, many forums with industry, with unions, with government, talking about how we need to produce more artisans. And yet we sit with a large number of artisanal businesses, artisanal entrepreneurs in the townships that are unable to get recognition for their skills, face significant barriers to becoming artisans. And we're constantly concerned about how we're producing artisans, and yet I say to them, go to the townships, find those artisans, get them recognized, get them qualified, help them grow their businesses, then we start to achieve some level of transformation. But when you sit with a situation like this, right, there's no ways that we're going to achieve any kind of just transition. And this is just one example. We can use the same example for many of our industries, artisanal industries out there. So I have to keep pleading, to have some balance around what are we producing every year through our centers of specialization, our apprenticeship system more broadly, and what do we sit with that's constantly going to force us to be left behind. Because we know that our formal sector is not large enough to create jobs. So if we don't transform the economy, if we don't address some of the structural inequalities in our economy, the transition is not going to be just, and we're going to be sitting 10 years with the same problem that we're sitting with now. So it's just some sobering thoughts, and I'm being a bit of a naysayer in light of the wonderful inputs that we've had so far. Similarly, 87% of our plumbers are unqualified, and yet are operating as plumbers or are working in the plumbing industry. It's, again, just an example. There are various blockages. We've been trying to address this imbalance as the NBI have been working with various partners like the Institute of Plumbing to take large numbers of township plumbers in through a recognition of prior learning process, trying to get them trade tested, trying to get them qualified and recognized. It's a really, really challenging process. It's not a thing that can be fixed very quickly, but it's a thing that we have to address. Otherwise we risk ignoring the reality of our situation. So we're looking across these industries at the bottom there, which are all made up of very similar characteristics. Large numbers of SMEs, large numbers of township-based businesses, entrepreneurial artisans who are trying to make a living, who are trying to succeed, but are lacking the skills and qualifications to do so, and are lacking the ability to formalize their businesses, to compete in market opportunities. So how do we start to lift that base? How do we build the right kinds of skills and capacity within those various industries to make sure that we can create more jobs, increase demand? We can't develop skills if we don't have demand. And demand comes from goods and services. You need to be able to produce goods and services that are required for the economy. And if we have large numbers of industries that are filled with small and micro businesses that aren't able to compete, that aren't able to produce quality, that aren't able to diversify and pivot, they're never going to be able to become job creators at the end of the day. Then we can build on top of that our specializations in resource efficiency, the circular economy, so that we can build on a foundation that's much stronger. But we need to lay that foundation now. We're starting with a just transition now, right? We're starting with implementing new technologies now. How do we start now to address some of these inequalities so that we don't wait 10 years down the road and then we're going to quickly run and rush to try and fix the problem, which is what we've done typically over the last 20-odd years. So we're trying to work now with our industry partners of the private sector and with government to say, how do we put the mitigation strategies in now to make sure that these businesses become part of the solution for job creation? We need to skill them, we need to support them, we need to link them to market opportunities, and the market opportunities sit up at the top there in our formal sector, in our large businesses, in our industrial sector, in our construction sector, in our property industry, etc., and in the domestic environment. So how do we start to link the large numbers of small and micro businesses out there to these opportunities and expose them to new markets? So we need to make sure that those new market opportunities become a reality for these businesses. And we use that as leverage to be able to raise the bar, to be able to lift them off the base and link them and skill them and capacitate them to service those opportunities. And this is how we start to look at transformation more meaningfully, and how we'll start to map out a just transition more meaningfully, a transformative agenda for a just transition. So what is the solution? One is about unlocking what we call latent demand. As long as we have a number of SMEs out there that are not able to produce the kinds of goods and services that are needed for the market and are able to sell those into the market, they don't need skills and they don't create jobs. Jobs come from demand for goods and services. We need to create that demand. That unlocks the jobs. And we need to create that demand in these emerging markets that we are trying to bring about today. So we need to open those new markets. We need to work with our industry associations to build skills partnerships so that we can grow these small businesses, we can grow these township businesses. We need to address customized programs that can be delivered through our TVET system, linked to SMEs, and linked to preparing young people to go into these SMEs. So we need to shift the focus of the TVET system quite dramatically away from the large formal sector, which is primarily what TVET colleges are still concerned with, and knocking on doors of the large companies to please take our young people and not winning. So where are the jobs and where is the demand? We need to be looking at more immediately at our communities surrounding those TVET colleges and working more systematically to grow that demand locally and supply the right kinds of skills for that demand. And we need to structure our work-based learning models to be more in tune with the needs of those SMEs. As we're growing those SMEs, as we're increasing the demands, how do we start to plug in young people into those businesses? How do we start to create on-the-job training opportunities, which is where a lot of the training should happen, not in the college, but in the workplace, and make sure that they become part of that market that part of that transition, that journey, that entrepreneurial journey, which links into the markets that we've unlocked. So this is how we start to create more balance. So we're still dealing with skills supply, but we're looking at demand. And as we sit here today, and I think Dr. Sishi will acknowledge that the immediate tendency is for us to blame the TVET college system for everything. Yeah? And yet we sit with so many challenges on the demand side that even if we were able to transform our TVET colleges in the way that we would want, where are the jobs? Where is the demand? And so we can't just work on the supply side. We can't just focus on trying to change our TVET college system in the absence of that demand. And we use the just transition, the transition to the green economy, as the lever to bring about that transformation in a meaningful way. So it speaks to the kinds of interventions that I've alluded to here today. And I think that what's important then is when we start to address it from that perspective, then it becomes a lot easier to now align our TVET college system to meet that demand. And that's what we're trying to do as the MBI. So then we can start to look at flexible and agile skills programs that are aligned to these emerging demand, underpinned by green skills. We make sure that we're matching young people to these workplaces. Strong integration of work readiness behaviors. One of the key features of this transition is that we need young people to be adaptable. We need them to be able to navigate that labor market in a very adaptive and flexible manner, an agile manner. So how do we prepare them to do that? How do we make sure that we build entrepreneurial education across the board so that young people have the propensity or the capacity to be entrepreneurs if they are entrepreneurially minded? And how do we make sure that we prepare those SMEs effectively to now be able to train our young people? As we exposing them to those opportunities, as we're building their market access, as we're growing their ability to service new technologies, new market opportunities, how do we make sure that they're geared up now to train and employ young people on that journey? So I'm going to stop there. That's a very rushed and brief overview of the kinds of thinking that we've had and how we're trying to translate that into practical solutions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Dr. Anthony Gier, reminding us of the structural challenges that we still have in the economy and painting a picture of the skills requirement in the economy, and then, as you say, linking skills to new opportunities in energy, water, waste, and circular economy. So to hear then about the actual study, so let's invite Dr. Dion Klute from the South African Institute of International Affairs to address us. I don't think you're tired from clapping, huh?
Good day, everybody. Thank you very much, firstly, to the Honourable Minister for launching this report, as well as the British High Commissioner and their support for this program and this report, as well as through the UK PACT program, as you heard, the Partners for Accelerating Climate Transitions. And it's through these type of partnerships, as the Minister also pointed to, that we are definitely seeing more collaboration and cooperation and opportunities. Now, this report is a culmination of various cooperative and collaborative thinking throughout various working together. And what we looking at, yes, it is a long-winded title, the South African Green Hydrogen, and as you know, it is very in its infancy, the green hydrogen system. And we've just heard about the TVET ecosystem, some of the challenges, the opportunities, and where we need to work. And then we place this all in the context of the just transition, which is obviously a very challenging area of work, and tried to address this program and the project through really thinking carefully about more a forward-looking study. How can we anticipate and prepare and better equip decision makers, policy makers, business for making these decisions on where to invest, where to create the type of change, and where are the levers of change required in the TVET system, as well as how can we grow this. This is a forward-looking study. We're trying to create the type of change. So let me just see if I'm getting this clicker right. I'm going to skip to that slide. I would just also like to acknowledge all our partners. As I've already mentioned, UKPAC, the funder. And then I've also would like to acknowledge the DSI, the Department of Science Innovation, and especially the acting DGD for Technology and Innovation, Dr. Masaramulue. Thank you so much for your support. She was the driving force behind the study, draw it all together, and gave the direction to ensure that this is a demand-led study. In terms of the vision and purpose of the study, as the Minister already pointed to, we have the vision of the study was to create a just and inclusive green hydrogen TVET ecosystem that cultivates transversal skills, meaning we're going beyond the traditional set of creating environment for skills, but also building a commons where we can find alternatives to sharing information, learning, and workplace learning environments. And then also fostering economic well-being. If we're just looking for jobs, we are not doing enough. We need to create economic well-being for if we want to create the preferred future by 2050, and all of this needs to be placed into in the context of ecological resilience. As we know, climate change is part of a massive shift on our continent, and Africa is definitely bearing a lot of the brunt of climate change. The purpose of the study was to align all these stakeholders on a common vision for the TVET ecosystem skills and just transition to create an enabling environment towards the future for stronger partnerships, improved skills governance, and skills investments to ensure gender equality, social inclusion in the future green hydrogen economy. I've already given you that. So the project design and the recognition of the partners, I would just like to acknowledge those. If we just go back, I'd like to also acknowledge our research partners, Bambili Advisory, I think Zanella is here. We've also got the UCT Energy Research Systems Group. We've got the National Business Initiative, Anthony just spoke. And then we've got the TIPS, the Trade and Industry Industrial Partners for Strategy. I think Mohammed Patel is also here with us today. Thank you very much. Then in terms of the design of the study and how we basically put this together, this was an assessment of the role of the TVET ecosystem placed in the context of the SA workforce to prepare for an emerging green hydrogen economy. The future doesn't exist. We can only imagine and anticipate it. We cannot predict it. So we try to build the type of advanced and economy-wide modeling and national energy systems, but also created the kind of strategic foresight for insights on sectors with the highest economic and employment potential over different timelines. And this all placed in the context of the hydrogen just transition nexus. We worked on 7 different work streams. We put together a TVET industry gaps analysis. We worked on the assessment of costs and structures on jobs. We looked at the industry demand for these type of skills in the future, as well as try to better anticipate and prepare these types of green artisanal skills that will be in demand. We try to figure out how these different skills might fit into certain sectors, and we all showcase this in the report. It is a rather lengthy report of about 140 pages, but I hope you can find your niche of interest in this report. We also looked at the policy side. We looked at the role of the TVET system and the centers of specialization, and of course the importance of how these important employment impacts and the green hydrogen emissions reductions can help towards the country's NDCs, and also to reimagine and the TVET skills futures and how we can better prepare those. In terms of our key questions that we asked, can coal miners transition to platinum mining? Some other questions we asked would be, should South Africa beneficiate its platinum resources by manufacturing electrolyzers and fuel cells for the future green hydrogen economy? What is the potential of hydrogen and hydrogen-derived chemicals such as green ammonia and methanol and industrial feedstocks, and what would that mean for jobs? This was all about finding out the type of jobs. The last two questions we also asked is, what is the value of a domestic versus an export-orientated green hydrogen economy from an economic and an employment perspective? And finally, the major question we tried to address was, what does this all mean for the country's TVET ecosystem? So the report unpacks the research in 3 different sections. The first one was understanding the green hydrogen employment opportunity. We had the modeling of the potential employment impacts, as well as the policy recommendations, where we unpack different strategic actions for different stakeholders. The objectives of the research was, of course, the first one to better understand how we can develop the just transition for this green hydrogen future economy, how it can contribute to the reduction in inequality and poverty, and also how we can contribute to reduced greenhouse gas emissions, creating the type of transversal skills among green artisans to share and develop these skills that could be recognized across the board, as well as really investing in this type of skills development that could help the industry better prepare, as well as the TVET system contribute to the type of graduates that could be contributing to the green hydrogen economy. And then also financing this type of transition through the TVET college system for an improved balance in the type of payments allocation, and all in all, finding a way to create the improved balance for skills governance in the TVET ecosystem. So in terms of the type of jobs and the job-specific scenarios that we unpacked, as I already mentioned, we looked at both the status quo kind of scenario where South Africa would just make use of domestic hydrogen, and there are different kind of dynamics at play where there's no exports and you just use domestic hydrogen. We used as if status quo might be considered, but also just the business as usual, where we just try and use our PGM mining sector and see how that could grow. All of that are the scenarios that we unpacked in the research, but also considered what exports of value-added manufacturing scenarios might look like, and how does that contribute to the type of jobs, the type of GDP growth. But the preferred scenario that we looked at and the preferred future that we stress in the report is that we should look at the all-inclusive portfolio, where we anticipate that 2.6% of annual growth with total jobs for both the green hydrogen economy and non-green hydrogen economy sectors are forecasted at 35.2 million jobs, of which 1.3 million are TVET-related jobs. There's also 2.5 million jobs are forecasted in the identified green hydrogen sectors towards 2050, as well as of those jobs, 99,200 are in the TVET-specific jobs. And I will unpack this a little bit later. But the identified sectors that we looked at in the economic modeling was the iron and steel sector, the PGM mining sector, the power generation sector, then manufacturing of fuel cells, the electrolyzers, production of ammonia, and green hydrogen production in general. And as you can see, the graph there, we're pointing to the 2.5 million jobs for all subtotals of sectors by 2050. And in terms of TVET jobs, close to 100,000 jobs by 2050 across the identified sectors. Of course, we cannot include the dynamic at play over a period of time of new sectors to be. But the most important ones that we see growing for TVET jobs are definitely in the PGM mining sectors, as well as the green iron and steel sectors, followed closely by the power generation sectors. The manufacturing sectors are of course, also contributing a lot to grow this industry. Then in terms of reimagining how the TVET sector can basically contribute to finding these jobs and creating the type of jobs and skilling the green artisanal workforce, we present a reimagined kind of scenario where we're saying it's not enough to create the type of skills and jobs, but we need to go further and point to economic well-being ecosystems, where within your skills training you can actually contribute to the type of workforce by also making sure that you're in the contextual environment without making the sitting in say, in the township or wherever the case might be in the informal sector and not finding pathways into the formal sector. So this is the type of scenarios we did develop for the TVET systems transition itself. And in our theory of change, I'd just like to highlight the outcomes of the study. They were the objectives I've already mentioned, the levers of change, and then the specific outputs. Of those, we have about 51 key actions for different stakeholders across the sectors, as well as the theory of change outcomes that point to transformative quality and relevant training and education systems. We are looking at adequate and sustained TVET financing. We looked at the effective partnerships for enhanced social mobility. There's, of course, the need for excellent physical and technological infrastructure, inclusive economic well-being, fostering the type of ecosystems, the social ecological systems for resilience, and finally institutionalizing anticipatory governance for this type of skills governance that would be required for the future green hydrogen economy. As way of example, we looked at certain key actions in terms of, say, if we just look at the just transition, we have by 2022 to 25 a need for the creation of and looking to develop and adjust the centers of specialization model for increased flexibility and utilizing the centers of specialization to really elevate the TVET college system status and the perception and making it an attractive option for post-school education and training entrants and working adults. By 2026 to 2036, we, just by way of example, one other key action item would be to develop and implement novel skills trainings programs, not only on the technical green artisanal side, but also the digital skills, the soft skills, the STEM skills, better understanding the dynamics of climate change and placing this all in the framework of the green transition, so that we can help to strengthen the transformative learning capability and work-based learning systems. By 2037 to 2050, we anticipate that there's a need for design and implementation of this nano or micro credentialing system so that you can use your skills over different type of ecosystems within the skills, TVET skills ecosystem, and finding ways to enable the stacking of those credentials and the broader skills inclusion within clear learning pathways. That leads to meaningful career opportunities. And all of these kind of key items were identified and allocated to a champion with the supporting entities as well as the evaluation criteria to monitor the progress. Finally, I'd just like to point that in strengthening the TVET system, South Africa should leverage the green hydrogen employment opportunity through its TVET ecosystem and make sure that we can find a way to make it part of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. We also, in strengthening TVET, should create an enabling environment for these type of skills transitions towards develop the type of skills and employment pathways from high carbon to low carbon jobs for reduced greenhouse gas emissions, as well as integrate these type of skills anticipations and skills foresight systems to build stronger partnerships between all stakeholders for improved skills governance. And then the important one that I'd like to highlight, and as the Minister already pointed out, is to employ a hybrid TVET centers of specialization model for increased flexibility and improved skills governance. This means that we need to embed innovative, adaptive and rapidly responsive models into the TVET ecosystem that that is by way of means to show that there are small pockets of the future in the present. We can be bold and hopeful if we start working together to create a type of partnerships for making use of this very valuable TVET system that we already have. Obviously, there's challenges, but we can embrace the opportunities as well. And in ensuring the economic well-being by improving the balance of payments, we need to really fund the TVET ecosystem to make this possible, to train these type of skills for green hydrogen. There's the adequate and sustained financing required, as well as the use of the private and public TVET ecosystems to create skills environment that can be shareable, transferable, and transversal. Finally, I'd like to point you now to the handout that you will see being passed around, where you can actually download the report, and you can just scan that with your scanner on your phone, and then basically download the digital copy of the report. I'd like to thank you all for, and again, all the partners that contributed to this report. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Dion, for what I consider a well-considered study, also responding to the issues that Dr. Anthony talked about around a skills program that is speaking to the demand side, but is also linked to the ecosystem, so well done. But it's not for me to say if this is a well-considered report and how the TVET system is going to respond to this. There are people who are well trained to speak about these issues, so it is my great pleasure to invite my colleague, Dr. Sishi, who will give remarks to what we've heard about the TVET study.
In absentia, I wish to acknowledge the two ministers, the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, who has addressed and also opened the workshop, Dr. B. Nzimande. I think it's also proper that I also acknowledge the presence of the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation of Angola, Minister Maria do Rosario Braganca. It's an honor to have her in South Africa, supporting our minister on the occasion of such an important launch of a report that stand us in good stead as we seek options to deal with the challenges confronting the sector. I also understand that the two ministers have their advisors and experts that work with them. Allow me to recognize Dr. Derek Swart, the advisor to our minister, as well as Mr. Ngabangandela, who are also present with us, and I'm glad that they did not disappear with the minister. They stayed behind, because I think what I'm about to say, it's important that they hear it directly from me, because I think in my 37 years of experience in the public service, I've learned a couple of things about important initiatives such as this one. I know how important it is that we, more than just being in the same ministry with DSI, but also continue to strengthen our teams that work together to make sure that there's seamlessness in the manner in which we work, so that initiatives of this nature do not disappear in formal meetings of this nature. It is a responsibility for us, and I think South Africans must expect us to making sure that this works and that this becomes a success. In this regard, as the Director General of the Department of Higher Education and Training, I wish to commit and support this initiative and assure all the stakeholders and all those amazing people that have contributed to its development that it is going to be received warmly and to prove the theory. I can assure you that I'm not alone here. I'm with the Deputy Directors General of the Department of Higher Education and Training, 4 of them, for that matter. So you can actually see that we support this. Mr. Mvalo, the Deputy Director General responsible for skills, our CFO is here as well. And if you've got the CFO as well, you can actually see that this is serious. The DDG for Corporate Services, Ms. Mbobo Vava is here with us, as well as Ms. Gasa, responsible for planning in the department. The DDG for TVET sector is currently running a planning program in Johannesburg. It was impossible for him to be here, but ordinarily he would be here with me. This is just to contextualize my earlier comments. I also wish to acknowledge the Deputy Minister, who's literally and essentially the driver for the TVET program in our department, Deputy Minister Buti Manamela, who's passionate about the sector, and I'm sure that he's going to be very excited about the report, and I look forward to discussing these issues with both the Minister and the Deputy Minister after consultation with my capable team of Deputy Directors General present and those who are not here. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to recognize not only the presence of Mr. Stephen Quest, the DG for Joint Research Center from the European Commission, but also to acknowledge the work of the Commission and to indicate that we do look forward to strengthening our collaborations with the Commission. His Worship, the Mayor of Saldanha Bay, Councillor Andre Trutter, it's an honor to have you on an occasion that speaks to the issues of the TVET sector. Anthony Phillipson, the UK High Commissioner, It is an honor to have you here following the ministers and the president's official visit to the United Kingdom. I'm sure that issues emanating from that visit that pertain to education and training are very key, and we will take the issues forward, and I look forward to an opportunity to engage you and making sure that we take these matters forward. The Director General, my colleague, and Mr. Phil Mjwaha, I think that it is clear to me that if we thought we were working very well together, there's much more work that me and you need to do. And I think there's a lot of words there, which actually first commit, but also assure you that we are going to see this through, and you have my commitment in ensuring that this becomes a success. It is more than an honor that we have the chairperson of Chieta, Ms. Wezikoza, present here. When you have the chair of council of one of your most important education and training authorities, you know that you are on a trajectory of success in the implementation. So not only do we have the chair of Chieta, but also the CEO, Mr. Yeshan Pillay, and ladies and gentlemen, members of the diplomatic community, the industry and the academia, which includes some of our entities, and that would include universities and TVET college principals, particularly the Western Cape regional management that is here. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and privilege for us to be here on such an important occasion. I wish to start, and I'm going to be very brief, DG. I'm going to be very, very brief, but I wish to also just locate my comments within what the President of the Republic of South Africa said last week at the occasion of the launch or the opening of the Green Hydrogen Summit. In his keynote address, the President reminded us that South Africa is determined to make full use of our substantial endowments to meet the challenges of climate change and to achieve a just transition that benefits all our people. I think it is important to frame these comments within what the President said, because today the Minister further made commitments that are aligned to what the President said in his address at the launch last week. Our department, the Department of Higher Education, supports the green hydrogen economy and most importantly, the roadmap which has been issued by my colleague DG Mjwaha and the colleagues. And may I, at this point in time, recognize the work that has been done, particularly under the leadership of Dr. Masare Mule and the team in the Department of Higher Education and Training who have provided the leadership that had assisted us and actually brought confidence amongst our stakeholders that we are serious about the roadmap that we have begun since the launch of the Hydrogen Society roadmap early in February. And I think this is really, really important. To paraphrase the minister's statement in the foreword of the roadmap, I wish to indicate that it is in terms of, this is one of government strategies and policy directions that are aimed at bringing together a variety of stakeholders and institutions around a common vision on how to use and deploy hydrogen and hydrogen-related technologies as part of our economic development and greening objectives. I think it's important that we link this so that it does not appear, particularly for those who are not South African, that we have multiple programs running in parallel, so that you understand that this is one single effort that seeks to address areas that are specific so that it assists the implementation of the program. And I think it is really, really crucial that we do so. And if you go to the roadmap, you will see that it outlines a number of targets. And these targets includes the creation of an export market for green hydrogen and ammonia, the implementation of a center of excellence in manufacturing for hydrogen products, the development of a domestic hydrogen supply chain, etc. And these are quite important targets which at my first opportunity with the EXCO of the Department of Higher Education and Training, we are going to tease these issues together so that we find useful ways. Because in our development of strategies to develop human capital for South Africa, we have to work very close with our scientists in ensuring that those new careers, and about the labor market intelligence program of the Department of Higher Education and Training, that over the last 5 to 10 years, we've worked with our researchers to project to the future with a view to guiding our institutions towards a direction that develops a skills project that is aligned to the needs of the economy. And I think that work becomes very useful at this point in time on the occasion of the implementation of a report of this nature. 4 large-scale catalytic projects that DG Mjwaha has spoken about today are which are currently being developed to facilitate the green hydrogen and ammonia journey in South Africa are acknowledged, and as a department we are going to pay attention to these projects with a view to ensuring that our institutions are properly guided in the manner in which we develop the skills plan for South Africa. On another occasion, I will speak to the program that we are busy with, which is the development of the Master Skills Plan for South Africa. We call this a one country, one plan, because what we have seen and recognized is that different government departments and entities seek to develop their own plans for skills development, which kind of confuse the market and sometimes also confuse people in terms of what our priorities are. We have embarked on a program that seeks to develop this one country, one plan that is going to assist us in negotiating how we allocate resources that are going to be crucial in the implementation of the recommendations of this important report. It is exciting to us as a Department of Higher Education and Training at the inaugural roundtable workshop that is held jointly with, and I'm very happy to recognize the chair of CHIETA here and the CEO who have actually contributed substantially in ensuring that we coordinate this work in addressing the green hydrogen economy for South Africa. May I request that through you, Chair, you pass my recognition to your council as well as the entire CETA for your contribution, and we thank you for carrying the flag for the minister in this regard. We thank the entire council for this. I do not have enough time, but it's important that I do reflect on the work of this workshop that emanate from day one. That was focused on the science diplomacy for economic development through Hydrogen Roundtable's inaugural workshop titled Creating Hydrogen Valleys for South Africa, and acknowledge the fact that all these inputs at which the Department of Higher Education and Training was well represented, we will, as a Department of Higher Education and Training, propose to DG Mujaha that we strengthen the teams that are already there that work on these issues so that we don't miss out on the important contributions that were made by the various stakeholders in this workshop. It's important for us that we arrest the potential that has emanated from the discussions that happened yesterday by ensuring that we channel this and process them properly within our own structures. And that is how we're going to ensure accountability, but also just to assure our stakeholders, particularly those from the private sector, that government works together. And secondly, that in working together, we are also committed to seeing the hydrogen or the green hydrogen program succeed. Importantly, in our second day, which started with the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation opening the program, you can see that we have seamlessly addressed the two important events. Firstly, the one hydrogen economy, as we know, and secondly, the focus on the work of TVET, which is the Pan-African Hydrogen Economic Skills Conference, titled Industry Perspectives, Experiences and Skills that are required for the hydrogen economy. It's important, and I think this is what I said earlier, that we work together. There are multiple platforms that we are using to achieve the same outcome, and we hope by so doing, we are going to accelerate implementation, but we are also going to ensure a bigger impact, because it's not about the conferences, it's about the implementation. It's about changing the lives of our people. And that is what we are about, and that is what is. That's why we will ignore issues around bureaucratic matters and focus more on the interests of our people. And I think that is really what is important. And that's why in my remarks I've started by citing the directive and injunction by our president. All our policy instruments make an emphasis on demand-driven skills development. Whether you look at our white paper on post-school education and training, or you look at the National Skills Development Plan, Mr. Mvalo, and recently our skills strategy to support the ERRP, it is clear that whilst our 5-year strategic outcomes seek to expand access to post-school opportunities, this is inextricably linked to quality and responsiveness of the system. I am also happy, the minister is not here, but I'm happy that the advisors of our ministers are here to make this commitment so that it is clear that this is not a public management platform to us, but this is a serious commitment at a time when many of our people are unemployed, when many, 32% of unemployment in any country has a potential to undermine any democracy. It is a serious matter to us that we are launching this report. It is going to be taken seriously, and I look forward to the further workshops which the minister has cited, at which we will further make progress reports on how far we've come since the launch of the report, so that we account not only to our own colleagues, but we also account directly to the public about what it is we are doing about issues of job creation and the future of South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, as we speak, it's already been indicated that the QR code of the report is being distributed across here. So in each of the desks, you will get the QR code of the full report as it was implemented. Allow me, on behalf of the Department of Higher Education and Training, to congratulate the DG of DSI and all our stakeholders to this very important program, and assure you that you have our unwavering support. Thank you.
Thanks very much, DG, for the words of support. Ke kopela tshwarelo, Mohao Peko. We've eaten into your time because you're facilitating the session. The good news for me is that I'm relieved of my duties, so may I then hand over to you to kickstart the process of the panel discussions. Thank you very much for your kindness.
Good morning. Thank you very much, DG. Good morning. I wish to recognize all the distinguished guests who are in our midst. We are continuing our session from yesterday, and I think that we have beautiful ground this morning because the stage has been set so beautifully by the panel that just gave us some very good meat this morning. This morning, we are going to focus on our final panel, which is really looking at how the hydrogen economy, the green hydrogen economy, can create social economic impact. I have a number of people on this final panel, and I'd like them to please come up and take their seats on the panel. From Chieta, we have Mr. Yershen Pillay. From the National Business Initiative, we have Dr. Gugu McLaren Ushewokunze, sorry. We have Mr. Bonga Makanya from the South African Youth Economic Council. We have Mr. Michael Ellis, who's the manager for science communication at SASTA, if they can please all come up. We have Ms. Nikki Griffiths from Social Impact, Rand Merchant Bank. And we have Anne Abedian from Impact Hydrogen. If they can all come up and take their seats on the panel, and we can begin the panel. Over the last several hours, we have listened to a number of presentations showing us the 70 key actions which have been divided into short-term, medium-term, and long-term timeframes, and the 6 high-level outcomes that have been chosen accordingly. The minister made some very interesting remarks, and I think one of them was there can be no hydrogen economy without women at the center. And subsequently, we heard the issues of skills, the issues of how we transition youth into a green hydrogen economy. And so our speakers are going to lead us through this final session as we really look at the socio-economic impact of the green hydrogen. Thank you. hydrogen economy is going to be fundamental and important. The fact that our roadmap centers socioeconomic as a key driver and in terms of what we want to achieve is very, very critical. So this morning, we have a distinguished panel, and I'm going to begin with Mr. Pillay, who is from TVET, who will just give us a sense. We've already had quite a mouthful regarding skills, etc., and the TVETs, etc. How do you see skills development linked to the green hydrogen economy and youth, the uptake for that? What is our vision? Where do we see this going?
No, thank you very much, Program Director. And I think it's an important question in the sense that we've been talking a lot about the infrastructure perspective. And the Minister quite clearly mentioned that over and above infrastructure, if you're going to generate the returns that we want to over a long-term period, you need to equally invest in the skills economy. And I'm glad that we also have my colleague, CEO of the Transport SETA, Dr. Anno Frepong, who's also here, whereby we've got 21 SETAs in the country. And we have identified, in terms of our own research, 17 future skills that would be required to complement the kind of infrastructure development. So the government has said, just this morning in fact, the PIC, in terms of the hydrogen investment strategy, acknowledging that we would need 4.3 trillion rand in infrastructure development. What we need to therefore do is to quantify how much would we need from a skills development perspective and make those kind of investments. So what do we actually want to achieve from a hydrogen investment strategy? Do we want to, for example, go the route of what countries such as Germany are saying, where they're doubling electrolysis capacity by 2030? And if so, that would require electrolysis engineers, which currently we don't have a significant supply. So it's about balancing the demand and supply, the coordination of demand and supply, and having a plan in place, 5, 10, 20-year plan in place, to ensure that we upskill the necessary demand for chemical engineers, to be trained as hydrogen skill systems engineers. That will also require the green artisans that we've spoken about. We need hydrogen pipeline workers. We need emissions reductions managers, plants managers, etc. If we don't, we may find ourselves importing those skills from abroad when we have an unemployment crisis of 32.9%. And so I think I'll just end by saying that it has been estimated, equally so from our own research reports, that we could generate between 14,000 to 30,000 jobs per annum in the hydrogen economy. And what our strategy needs to therefore say is by 2025, 2030, could we generate 100,000 new jobs? And where would those jobs be generated? So more internships, scholarships, bursaries for upskilling and reskilling, and working together in the post-school education training sector to achieve the targets that we need to set.
Back up a minute. What is socioeconomic? What is the socioeconomic impact? What does it look like? Anybody can answer this, yeah?
Yes, thank you. So socioeconomic impact is taking everybody in society, making them part of the hydrogen economy, where everybody has a role to play. It's about sustainable development and putting it into practice in this new economy.
Break it down further. We have serious structural poverty in South Africa. What does this mean for somebody living in rural South Africa? Let's break it down, take it down from the very high echelons and bring it down to people. Because at the end of the day, in order for us to drive a hydrogen economy, people need to understand what we're talking about, have a buy-in into it, and understand how this is going to benefit them.
Yes. Good morning, everybody.
I've been listening this morning it's really great because in many ways you feel like you're stepping into the future and you think this is an opportunity to reimagine our future and to have an industry where we can address the structural issues that we face. But I also was struck by how much we've learned from the past, and green hydrogen is geographically based, and the link between energy and societies and communities, we know that link in South Africa through mining and through the renewable energy program. So I think your question is exactly right. What does it mean for the provinces and the communities that are going to be impacted by the green hydrogen valleys? Do they even know about them? And how do we make sure that when we roll this out, that the very people that we talk about are in the room, and that they have a say in what this green hydrogen valley means for their communities and for their provinces? And I think often we don't give ourselves enough credit as South Africans. These are not new concepts for us, and we have policies that talk about social transformation. We have policies that integrate socio-economic development into commercial arrangements, into license agreements. And I think we should also pause and maybe speak to our colleagues either from mining or renewable energy and find out the lessons that they've learned about driving the socio-economic development in the communities in which they operate. And so I think, to your point, what we talk about at a high level is often implemented at a local level. And how do we make sure that the socio-economic development that we all want is inclusive, and that the opportunities of these new economies are not for people who already have the access, but how do we include, and often it's at a provincial level, and I think that's what's really interesting about the green hydrogen economy, is that it is very new to us, the technology, but I'm not sure the implementation is new, and that we have a lot that we already know, and how do we make sure we don't repeat mistakes that we've made previously?
I'll give you a moment. Mr. Bonga? Mr. Makanya.
Yes. No,
We
thanks.
have a 32% plus unemployment rate. It's the youth in this country who are the most unemployed. How do they fit into this vision of a hydrogen economy? Before you go to your notes, I'll give everybody the opportunity to give their spiel.
No, thank you so much, colleagues. And it's a great honor to be such an esteemed panel and to take such a platform. I think before we get to the role of the youth in sort of like the green hydrogen economy, which I'll get to, the first fundamental question that we need to deal with is how seriously we take young people and issues of young people in this country. Like you've mentioned, amongst young people, we have a 64% unemployment rate. Out of 10 million young people in South Africa, 7.5 million are neither in employment or training, and that's simply because government, business, NGOs, all sectors of society have reduced young people to box-ticking exercises and basically and cosmetic exercises, and not real tangible programs that lead to sustainable economic empowerment. So if we are to begin to discuss what's the role of young people in the hydrogen economy and the technicalities, and we'll get to that shortly, in your skills training programs, CEO, chairperson, I can also see this DGs here. Are you training young people to own and to manage strategic assets in the renewable energy infrastructure? Or are you training young people to just put on screws when they're constructing the wind turbines or whatever renewable energy infrastructure, which has been the case for most of the time, where young people are reduced to remedial services of labor and not necessarily trained to own and manage strategic assets, whether it's renewable energy infrastructure or even what we currently have now, which is fossil fuel industries. So we need to create a state and a society that takes young people seriously, that drives policies and reforms that makes them to participate meaningfully and not reduced to box-ticking exercises and cosmetic exercises, which we often see across all levels of society. However, when it comes to where we think young people can play, especially as a South African Youth Economic Council, platinum is a huge component to the green hydrogen production. It's used as a catalyst. and South Africa holds, I think, about 75% of the world's supply of platinum. However, when you look at the ownership of mines in South Africa, it's Royal Bafokeng, it's Implants, and I think now it's Anglo Platinum. They probably control 90% of the country's supply. So the South African Youth Economic Council was saying, if we're genuine about creating real economic empowerment for young black people in South Africa, they need to own those mines, they need to supply services to those platinum mines, and that's the only way that we can start to see young people playing a leading role in this green hydrogen economy, in sort of like the just energy transition. It can't be that, post 1994, you still have an economy that is still white-owned, that is still white-managed, and young people and black people remain on the outskirts and reduced to remedial services of labor. So we need to create young black people that are owners of the means of production, particularly in the mining space, position South Africa as a country that will lead the global supply of platinum, but young people being at the center of ownership and management of those mines. And you do that by training them, not training them to go and drive trucks on the mines, but you train them to know how to become engineers and participate meaningfully. I think another area focus obviously is the electric vehicle industry or the transport industry. I see the CEO of Transport Seats here. Obviously it's a bit debated right now whether or not fuel cells can be used in electric vehicles. But I think if South Africa is genuine about the green hydrogen area, I think we need to lead in that production of fuel cells and lead in terms of the global supply to electrical vehicles and making sure that South Africa is positioned like that. And again, we don't want foreign companies coming to South Africa and being the dominant players in that electrical vehicle supply. Create young black industrialists that will produce fuel cells. I don't understand why the state can't fund, through the IDC, through its DFIs, capable young black industrialists to be at the forefront of producing those fuel cells.
Okay, let's pause it there. Let me give Dr. Gugu McLaren, the opportunity to also just give us a sense of what socioeconomic, what does a socioeconomic status look like under a hydrogen economy? What do we want? What's our vision?
Thank you so much, and good morning to everyone. And also thank you for an upgrade to my title. I'm actually just a Ms., but I'm quite happy to take my honorary doctorate and be doctor. I'm very happy with that. But for us at the NBI, and I think my colleague Anthony talked about it, when we talk about the socioeconomic framing, and I think the previous panelists really touched on it, I think it's about recognizing the major issues and challenges that we have in South Africa in terms of the structural barriers that exclude so many people from participating in our economy. It excludes young people, it excludes women, and a whole host of other marginalized people and communities within our society. And so when we think about the opportunities we have to fundamentally address this, it's critically important that firstly, we have a deep sense of what those barriers are. And secondly, that when we address them, and I think that another panelist talked about reimagining. Reimagining, another word would be disrupting. How we fundamentally think differently about these opportunities and how we can use them to deal with these barriers that exclude so many people. We've done work in this space around climate change and climate opportunities with a gender lens, for an example. And what often happens is people will have a framework that they operate within and will say, well, we want to ensure gender equity, let's put that on top of it. And so it's taking a same. If our intention is to address access for youth, for women, we have to have that as the starting point and be deliberate about how we are understanding the value chain, how we're understanding the ecosystem, and how we're designing with this in mind at the very start, because it might require us to take a very different view of how we address these. And so it speaks to the conversations we've had this morning around the just transition and this focus on just. What does it mean? What does that look like? And it's incredibly difficult work. It's incredibly complex work, but that is what fundamentally needs to be addressed if we're going to see the kind of change, transformative change that we need to deal with our most pressing issues and challenges. I think the minister talked about women at the center. And if we think about the role that women play in South African society and how their exclusion has incredible social implications, and how if we were able to really drive gender equity in a real way, we could see a fundamental change in so many aspects of our society. But it requires that is the starting point for how we think about and how we address these. And this is an opportunity that we can do that if we are deliberate about it and how we understand dealing with these barriers and ensuring that there are equitable opportunities, particularly for young people, particularly for women.
Thank you. Michael Ellis, you work in the area of communication. What is the messaging that we should be giving out in terms of the green hydrogen economy to the public? How do we have a conversation, a national conversation about this that is inclusive of everybody, and that helps us all understand how we are all going to benefit from this as a country? Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you so much it's an absolute privilege to be on the session. I think it's such a wonderful question you've asked. How do we have a national conversation? I think in a development of this nature, I think we need to understand that we're on a journey. And it's a whole of society journey. It's not an industry journey. It's not a research journey. It's a whole of society journey. And it's about having that national conversation. If I look at it through a sort of communication and a research lens, I think the important thing is to realize a conversation needs to be ongoing. So we need to start it upstream of development, so upstream of where research and the whole growth of that industry might be taking place. We need to have it while that research is being rolled out and being implemented, and also as well as downstream of where those benefits are being realized. I think the important thing is not to make assumptions about the general understanding and knowledge of an emerging field of research like this. A recent conversation with a friend of mine who's very well read himself, but he came to me and said, Michael, please explain to me this area of the hydrogen economy. What is a hydrogen fuel cell? And it just got me thinking about even a well-read man, a well-read friend, did not have any understanding about the fuel cell industry. And so, I really believe that, we need to have real conversations, ongoing conversations, and not make assumptions about everybody that is involved in that conversation. And that whether it be a young learner in a rural school somewhere in KwaZulu-Natal, or whether it be a established leader of business, whether it be a professor of research at a university, we need to not make assumptions about what those conversations need to entail, and the lack or the understanding that society might have of hydrogen fuel cells. So really, I think that in order to maintain that conversation, we really need to ensure that we value all people in society. That whether it be a young girl learner at a school, as I say, whether it be an older gentleman like I had a conversation with, and I expected to be well read, we need to value and understand that there's varying levels of knowledge in our society, and therefore the key messaging needs to be really customized for those different stakeholders within society. And the platforms and communication channels that we use need to be very diverse. We've found that community radio stations in South Africa are an incredibly valuable platform for community conversations in indigenous languages to specific communities in South Africa. So really about accessing various different media forms, various different channels, and ensuring that the message is being geared for a particular person that is listening and having that conversation, I think is of utmost importance.
In terms of the conversation that we ought to have, there are many parents now who need to advise and encourage their kids about what kind of professions they should take up. Of course, hydrogen is not exactly something that is going to be discussed around the dinner table because most of us don't know much about it. How do we begin to communicate these new kinds of skills and opportunities that kids can look into? How do we have the conversation with parents that necessarily we don't have to make choices to be a doctor, to be a lawyer? There's so much that is new. So how do we have this conversation, and what do we talk? How do we talk about this?
So, I think we need to be bold. We need to be brave. We need to be different. And so we need to link the hydrogen economy to rural development and take the hydrogen economy to communities. We need to link it to the youth development aspect and take young people in schools as part of their career guidance at a very young age in terms of linking to basic education in schools, to actually go to the plant in Buhubai, for example. I mean, if you take the Buhubai project that Sasol is working on, those are highly impoverished communities that are surrounding that area. Many of them could become the future hydrogen systems designers, but a young person in Buhubai doesn't really know what is a hydrogen systems designer, what subjects do I need to take in school in order to have the employment pathways and the skills pathways to then go on to access a bursary or internship from the chemical SETA if you lack the financial resources to do so, and actually become a hydrogen systems designer. So it's got to be deliberate and intentional. We have to have a synergy between the different sectors, chemicals, mining, transport, agriculture, because many of the hydrogen projects actually are used to produce fertilizers, ammonia, etc. And I think if we have a deliberate, intentional, collaborative strategy that links the hydrogen economy to all the other various aspects of development, including, by the way, SMME development, the hydrogen value chain is going to give rise to a number of other businesses, marketing consultants, hydrogen storage companies, hydrogen distribution companies. And we need to make sure that our people and communities are able to take those opportunities, seize them, have the adequate funding in place. And so I think what we're trying to do as well as a chemical SETA is to balance skills development with SMME development and have a multi-sectoral, multi-pronged strategy linking all the various sectors so that we take the hydrogen economy to communities. And ultimately what it means is that hydrogen doesn't just become a decarbonization vector, it equally becomes a jobs multiplier, skills enabler, and a small business enabler for the economy.
Yes.
Okay, yes, let me give because the question is always about how are we going to do it. Let me give a practical example from my own experience. So I'm a mother of two little children, and in our neighborhood we have a experience center for fighting climate change, and green hydrogen, for example, is part of it. So I went with my husband and my two children to the center to just on a whole household level experience green hydrogen. And this is how we tell the story. And so that the future can experience what we're going to build, a green hydrogen economy. But it's just a name. We really need them to experience the green hydrogen and to experience for themselves what their role could be. As my colleagues was telling, there are so many roles to play, and let them experience themselves what kind of role they can play and also how important green hydrogen is.
Excellent example. Sustainability. How do we link all of this to the sustainable development goals?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also going back to the foundations of being able to access these opportunities. So even in South Africa, we have a skills mismatch between how we're training, how people are coming out of schools. There are skill shortages in certain areas.
Is it a mismatch, or is it the fact that we're not able to absorb the skill?
I think it goes even further back in terms of, what are the pathways that our children are following, from early childhood development, nutrition, access to education, the quality of education at basic education. Is everybody having access to quality education so that the opportunities can be taken. And I think everything that we've discussed today, you have to be able to take that opportunity and recognize that it's an opportunity for you, or an opportunity that you can respond to. And I think, and I come from a funding background, so also we think about this new investment and funding in the new areas like green hydrogen and climate finance. There is part of me that gets nervous that the funding is going to be diverted away from other foundational development projects that are essential for success. And I think areas like education and the pathway, the transition from school to tertiary education, all of that matters even in a new industry. Otherwise, we want to be impatient for our youth. We want to create skills that are world-class, not just for opportunities in South Africa. I think what COVID has taught us is that we're all connected, and that there's a lot of opportunities for South Africa's youth, not just in South Africa, but globally, but a lot of it rests on, when you say sustainability in my mind is being able to have the skills and the knowledge and the social networks to take advantage of the opportunities that are presented. And green hydrogen and the new economy and the just transition, it's incredible. You think, is this an opportunity for us to have another transition and that's more inclusive? But there are still those fundamentals that we need to get right in order to take advantage of that opportunity. So I think the sustainability is also in getting the foundation and the fundamentals right, that we're able to take those choices, and that we become impatient for our youth in terms of having access to quality education in order to make the choices that are right for you. Sorry. Mark.
It's a new area, Mr. Makanya. It's a new area. We need to disrupt our thinking. We need to reimagine ourselves differently. We can't use the same tools in order to move ourselves forward. So it's an opportunity to actually create new frameworks on how we think through these opportunities and how we plug people in. So how do we reimagine, and what do we need to disrupt in terms of our thinking around this to help youth participate effectively? In fact, for women and youth to be at the center of this agenda, we need to disrupt.
No, quite precisely. And I think and maybe I might lose the room a bit here, because fundamentally, I think when it comes to our energy infrastructure and you speak about disruption, I'll make an example with now Eskom.
Not cable theft.
with Eskom releasing IPP projects. The only bidder that won was a French renewable company called EDF, which is a state-owned French company. So when you speak about disruption and you speak about how can we create new ways, one of the first ways you need to create is creating a capable state that is able to lead its own energy infrastructure production, a capable and ethical leadership in the management structures of the state, so that you make sure that resources are not plunged, because when we speak about state ownership of the strategic means of production, many of you will say, but the state is inherently corrupt, or officials are corrupt. But when I point to you the most valuable company in the world, which is called Aramco, owned by the Saudi Arabian, which is an oil company, it's more valuable and bigger than Apple, which is a private company in the biggest economy in the world, in the USA, but it's state-owned. China's infrastructure-led growth is state-owned through its state's SOEs. When you have state-led infrastructure growth, you have equitable access to all the things that you guys are talking about. You cannot discuss socio-economic impact without discussing state ownership of the means of production. And if we're genuine about building a just energy transition, we mustn't pursue profits over making sure that we have energy security, making sure that we have energy access to the most poor and poor of the poorest in our country. Because once you start allowing EDF to come into South Africa to come supply and control your energy supply, they will say, why must we take our grid to Khayelitsha where the people they can't pay? And they'll say, why must we take our grid to Northern Capes in Kruman where people can't pay, or Limpopo in Palabor where people can't pay. But once you have a state that has got the capacity to supply a consistent electricity with an ethical leadership, executive management that is competent, that is young, that is dynamic, they are able to then pursue that socio-economic impact that you want over the profits that you do. Because sustainability, we don't always have to be profitable, but we just need to be sustainable. We just have to make sure that each and every single person has dignified housing, dignified access to and sufficient supply to electricity. We don't need the surplus value that comes with some of the profit-making structuring that we want to position South Africa as. So again, just in closing, if we are genuine about a just energy transition, some of the disruption that must happen, we must relook into this idea of foreign direct investment that is going to come and save us from an energy insecurity. The only thing that is going to save South Africa from energy insecurity and making sure there's equitable access to electricity is building a capable state that will supply electricity to all its people and not a profit-driven, foreign-led type of infrastructure drive.
You do need the profits, though, to finance all of this, but that's another conversation. Let me go back to Google. Of course, we now have the Hydrogen Society roadmap for South Africa, that articulates the 6 different outcomes that we need to work in. Now, at the center of all of this, there's language in there that talks about social inclusion. There's language in there that talks about gender equality. Is it sufficient? Are these issues sufficiently connected to the strategy itself, or are we talking at in a sort of delinked way, but nice words that may not necessarily become central in terms of how we implement?
Thank you for that. And I think it's in the action and in the implementation and how we drive that. As I said previously, it is important to talk about it and raise it, but it has to be deeply integrated into our way of thinking. And we have to shift, if we do want to see gender equity and we do need to see social inclusion, it has to be the foundational blocks of anything that we do and drive. And we have to think about how we do things differently in order to enable the achievement of that, and to avoid a situation, like I said, of having to retrofit when we find that actually we're not seeing many women-owned SMEs taking up opportunities, and we're thinking through, well, why not? Whereas if we start with the original intention of engaging women-owned SMEs, we might actually take a very different approach to how we drive that. And so it has to be absolutely integrated. And we have to ensure that the people who are implementing and thinking through that are reflective of what we're trying to achieve. So to the point of young people, that we ensure that we are bringing in young voices in an inclusive way, in a way that it is managing the power dynamics that come in a room when you bring in young people. When we're talking about gender equity, we need to ensure that we are engaging with women at different, aspects, whether it's women-owned businesses, to understand, how to frame it in order to get that level of participation. And we see that there are a number of barriers. If we think about, as an example, women-owned SMEs within South Africa, there are a whole host of challenges and barriers that do impact their ability to take up opportunities. We do this work from MBI perspective in township economies, and we're learning all of these lessons around what it actually means to drive a gender inclusive program. And all of these lessons have to be built into the foundations if we're going to see that change.
Thank you. Michael Ellis, of course, this is an inaugural science diplomacy for economic development, hydrogen economy. Look, very mouthy, but beautiful. But what would be the first thing that we need to create in communicating science diplomacy for economic development. Normally, we never link science and economic development as a conversation piece. So it's a very interesting way for us to do this with the emergence of the hydrogen economy. But how do we talk to people about science and how it contributes to economic development?
I think the first thing to build in is possibly intentionality. I think if we start from a point of just being intentional about what we are trying to communicate and with whom we're trying to communicate, and really laying that out in a well-formulated approach, and understanding that that's a journey and progresses as we progress with any development, but really trying to really be intentional about who we're speaking to, what we're speaking about, and really with this intent, this active citizenship. So ensuring that there's active citizenship of all parties that are involved in that communication process, but also ensuring this reciprocity. So ensuring that the intent of that communication is not a kind of a marketing intent, but there's a real intent to communicate with mutual benefit. That, I'm going into this because I care for you as an individual and I want your best interest at heart. And therefore, it's important for us to have this conversation on whichever platform you might want to have it. And I think, that really, that intentionality of really having a mutually beneficial conversation, I think can add incredible value to all members of society, including the support that will be given to the industry and the researchers involved in that development, but obviously to the community themselves that are also beneficiaries of that. So really, there's a reciprocity. There's definitely a mutual benefit that can be realized by ensuring that those conversations are taking place. But I think if we're not intentional and we're not really having people's best interest at heart when we're approaching this, we're just going to do lip service to that communication. We're just going to do lip service to that community engagement. And so really, I think it comes down to the heart that we have towards other people. I feel that intentionality is very important in that.
Thank you. Yoshin, it's 2030, and we have started the hydrogen economy in South Africa. What does it look like? What is one thing that you think you would want to see by 2030?
Well, at least we should have at least right now, have a clear vision that we all understand, firstly. The president says we want to be a global hydrogen leader. What does that mean and what does that look like? And if we're looking 5 to 10 years, as you say, 2030, should we have, what should our electrolysis capacity look like, for example, in the country? What should the level of skills be? We have said as the chemical sector that perhaps we need to upskill at least 1,000 chemical engineers to hydrogen systems engineers. So we should see these hydrogen systems engineers from local communities, Buku by itself, not necessarily from abroad, although working with abroad. So we should see, in my view at least, an economy that we own, an economy that we control, but that we collaborate with local and international partners. So it's supported by local and international partners. It is generating not just economic profits, but it is generating jobs for our country so that we are able to roll back the unemployment rate, make a dent on this big picture of unemployment. And that it's able, our total early stage entrepreneurial rate currently is 7.5% in the country. That is significantly lower than the continent's average of 40%. So to Bongo's point about having ownership of enterprises, both enterprise, mainstream enterprise as well as cooperatives. How many of these do we, in what sectors do we want to see them? And well supported and sustainable so that we do not find the economy, the hydrogen economy at least, crashing within 2 to 3 years. So possibly, an African hydrogen economy that is led by Africa, that is owned by Africa, that, the Minister of Angola was saying that we could easily collaborate with Angolan entities, Ghanaian entities, Namibian entities, and well supported as well by the international community. Collaboration, I think, is going to be the key to realize this vision of a global hydrogen leader.
Yes, so I think it's two paths that we need to go. One is for the big scale production, It's about exporting an industry, but using this international export to grow our local communities, having small productions on their side, and that they can benefit on their side from the green hydrogen economy. And as my colleague said, it's about collaboration. It's not about competition, but let's build this together.
Okay, Nikki?
2030? 2030. It's not far. If you were born today, you'd be 8. I think I would want to see integration of the green hydrogen economy into the broader economy. And integration, I think, starting at a local and provincial level. In each of those green valley spots that have been identified, there is already business. There's development plans, there's communities, there's NGOs. And I think making sure that whatever the developments are, they are part of a broader development strategy for those areas. And I think if COVID taught us anything, if we look at the Solidarity Fund, we can work together when we have a united vision and we know what specific role each of us play, whether it's the private sector, civil society, the enabling environment by government, international collaboration, and I think definitely the African partnerships. So I think we know that we can work together. We've proven that, and I think I'd want to see the green hydrogen economy and developments part of that integrated vision for the areas in which they operate, and then more broadly South Africa and Southern Africa.
Wonka, 2030.
Yeah, I think for me, in 2030, something positive that I'd like to see is one, seeing a basic education system that is in sync with the higher education system in terms of creating skilled people that can participate in this hydrogen economy. It's creating a basic education system where people from rural areas are not subjected to being 70 learners in one classroom. And when you go to Sandton and Umhlanga, in suburb areas, kids there's 10, 15 of them. So I want to see an education system that is dignified, that creates qualified, competent young people that are able to participate in the broader labor force and are able to know and be exposed about the opportunities in the hydrogen economy, because currently right now our education system doesn't offer that. You see young people dropping out of school, resorting to criminality to sustain their livelihoods because the education system has failed them. So if by 2030 we could have had a sustainable way of fixing our basic education system and ensuring that our people remain inside the education system and come out and become positive participants in the economy, I think that's something for me that would be quite crucial. Two, building specialized TVETs, specialized training institutions for the hydrogen economy, which I think right now is not necessarily there. So building the fundamentals, it can't be, and also a huge, huge win would to see that young people in terms of unemployment, those numbers have dropped by 2030. It can't be that since 1994, our unemployment rate has been sitting no less than 26%. It's incredibly crazy anywhere in the world. That doesn't happen anywhere except here. So a drastic shift and fall in our unemployment numbers, supported by the hydrogen economy, supported by the growth of new industries, is something that for me I'd like to see. And I'd like to see just the general state of black people in South Africa and the conditions for black people improving. It can't be that people are living on top of each other. Ekhaya when down the road here at VNA, Stellenbosch, people have huge pockets of land. So dealing with the fundamental basic living conditions of our people, using the economy, economic opportunities to ensure equitable access to basic education or resources, and creating that South African vision that we all want to see, that is reflective of our demographics, where young people are playing a central role in the economy, where young people are owning these fuel cells productions and leading in that front, and not just reduced to some of the cosmetic and box-ticking exercises that I've mentioned before.
Okay, Gugu.
Thank you so much. So in terms of green hydrogen and 2030, which you're right is around the corner, I think one of the things would certainly be an enabling ecosystem, and that we've thought through what that means and looks like, and that we've done the work to get it there, whether it's looking at an understanding of the jobs and the skills required and how we've capacitated the system to drive that. As you know, the NBI does a lot of work in TVET colleges, and so that would be a fundamental element of that, is how is the system capacitated in order to support and drive this. I think certainly that there is an integrated approach that is clear, that we've thought around all the different aspects of it, from an economy side, an industry side, but also the social aspects and social inclusion elements. I think for me, very much collaboration and partnership is important. And so how we are really finding that shared vision and working together across government, across the private sector, in order to really drive this in a meaningful way. And just an add-on, if you haven't already guessed, that women are actually at the center, as well as young people. So that would be my hope.
Thank you, Michael. Has he disappeared? Hi, Michael. Do you want to bite on that?
Yeah, maybe just to say that I think at a project like this Green Hydrogen project is a potential hope factory in South Africa. You know, I think it can be a driver of hope to young people, to industries, to future business leaders. But I think that hope is only realized if we're able to really realize an impact on individual livelihoods in South Africa. So and that cannot be realized without engagement, cannot be realized without effective communication, and really understanding different parties, different role players, different partners, really understanding the needs and desires and future hopes of individuals involved in that process. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to take maybe 3 hands from the floor. I know Mr. Mayor has stuff to say about this. So I'll take 3 hands, or maybe 4. There's some people. I'll take a hand there, Mr. Mayor. I'll take you there, and that hand in the back there, in that order, please. Keep them short. It's between, I think, lunch or tea and me.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. My name is Naftali Mafa. I'm one of the founding directors of Paladin Hydrogen Africa. It's a technology patent in Australia that converts thermal coal into green hydrogen. I'm just going to say a few things, and I'm going to leave that with you. One of the things that I'm going to say is that South Africa in itself, I'm going to say a few things, and I'm going to look at the just transition and the social impact and the state of South Africa through a black eye, if I can do that. So what I'm going to say now is that South Africa does not have to wait until 2030 to be green. And I'm going to say what South Africa has now. South Africa has got a very high unemployment rate. South Africa, like the Honourable Minister said, we are a sun continent, we are a wind continent, we are also a coal continent, right? And we've got a few challenges with global climate change, which is emissions. But I believe that what South Africa has, coal, infrastructure, unemployment, and the challenges of social inclusiveness. We've got a very big unemployment rate. We also need to make sure that the electricity in South Africa is affordable, accessible, reliable. We also have to make sure that the people in South Africa base and strengthen themselves before they can start looking around the world to export hydrogen everywhere. South Africa needs hydrogen for itself yesterday. We're probably now live because there's a generator somewhere here, right? So what I'm saying is that let's focus on ourselves, let's strengthen the grid. And when we do that, all these things that we want everything to be localized. We need electricity for that. We want the project in Bohubai to take off. I was there. That's a mega deceleration plant that needs electricity. We want Richards Bay to run. What we can do is that we can work on our coal, right? We can use the technology that we have, convert all our power stations, repurpose them, right? Refurbish them, run them from green hydrogen. From there, we produce green electricity. That's gonna anchor ourselves. That's what I said, looking at it through a black eye. Anchor ourselves. When we are self-sufficient, we don't have to wait until 2050, so you know. 2030, all those power stations could be humming. powered by hydrogen. That is green hydrogen-powered power stations. And from there, we can go anywhere around the grid that we have. Plug anything, all the construction job, all these solar panels that we need. We can make them from here. Now we want to make them, but we don't have electricity to make them. What I'm saying is that let's look at it through a black eye, and let's look at strengthening ourselves. All these things and exports of hydrogen will come to us. When they do, we'll have the capacity to fulfill them.
Thank you for that. Start at home.
Thank you. I'm Samson Mamcheli. I'm with Stellenbosch University. When I'm at the university, the students call me a professor. And I'm one of the organizers of this event. I just want to bonga, I like the energy, the young people in the room. But I just want to say this. The energy space is a highly contested space at the moment. So it's quite important for us to be accurate when we talk about the space. So Bonga, EDF does not decide where to sell to sell the electricity. It's government that decides. So government buys electricity from IPPs through ESCOM, and then send the electricity wherever government wants it to go. So let's be correct about that. The support for young people, I'm one of the advocates for that. What we need to be looking at, in my view, is in terms of the funding instruments, technology localization, the funding instruments that we have in the country and the programs that we have in the country. An example is Infrastructure South Africa. How do we ensure that we have the local content when EDF comes here? How do we ensure that they partner with our local people? How do we ensure that they partner with the young business people who can then participate in the space? Now, we have very good programs where even young people, I get contacted a lot by young people asking me about some of these things. And some say, how do we access these presidential what programs that we see every day? It's very difficult because of the people who are driving some of these things. Even myself, sometimes as a professor, it's very difficult for me to get into some of these things. At some point, I asked Infrastructure SA people when they were preparing a presidential investment conference. I said, how do I get into this? There are so many young people who are asking me, how do we get here? They've got ideas. South Africa is full of ideas. They've got projects that are on the pipeline, they've got land, they want to develop, and all these kind of things. But they can't get into these things. It's a problem of leadership that we have that we need to deal with. We've got the instruments. And then they send me a link, and then I register on the link. I get an email that says somebody will contact you. The next thing I see the president talking in an investment summit. And now I have to find other ways to get to that summit. It shouldn't be. So the leadership should take this kind of things seriously. And lastly, my last comment is on the skills. As a professor, I will not sit down without talking about skills. The TVET college graduates or the programs that we have at TVET college level. Now, we can't talk about specialized TVET colleges before we try to use the current system. So the current system, we can then develop what we can call specialized courses, introductory courses on energy in general, renewable energy in particular, and hydrogen in particular. And then specialized courses that will deal with the real technical aspects. So you introduce the learners at particular level, and then you stimulate that interest. And then at the next level, they will then take an elective course because you've stimulated the interest. You get what I mean? And then you can move from there. And then you can pilot something like that. And we've done this at Stellenbosch University, by the way, with the renewable energy courses in general. You can go to our website and check that. We've got a schools program that introduces high school teachers to renewable energy. And physics teachers, maths teachers, biology teachers can then use those as examples in their current curriculum that they have, which then introduces these renewable energy systems to learners at high school level. And then we say this is part of our awareness and advocacy. And that has been very successful. We've run it, and it's funded by the Department of Science and Innovation. Somila is here smiling because he started with the program before my time, and I just took it to another level. So those are some of the things that can be done. Some of the other things we will talk on the sideline. I've got quite a lot to talk with you, Bonga. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was a hand in the very back. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Adrian Stradom, and I'm with the South African Oil and Gas Alliance. Important point to bear in mind is that we are not starting from zero. So I would agree with a good professor that we have to build on fundamentals. An electrician, for example, is an electrician, and we then can specialize in certain areas electrical based on all of that. And there will be obviously other opportunities on the way there. So it's to develop a systemic sort of pipeline of skills and making sure that it is demand-led. In terms of also infrastructure development, it is important that we use, we're not going to move overnight from where we're at the moment, 80-odd% hydrocarbons as a source of energy, to renewables, because hydrogen is, green hydrogen at least, is created, developed, manufactured from renewables. So a low level currently of renewables to fill up the 80% plus hydrocarbons isn't going to happen overnight. So we're going to have a systemic approach where we're saying these are the potential phases and scenarios that we're going to be following, and this is how we are going to approach it, not as us in our small corner and them in theirs, but as a collective, address the problem head on and with using all the resources that we've been blessed with in this beautiful country of ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, can we have a mic in the front?
Thank you, Program Director. Thank you for speaking about community. It's my favorite word. Program Director, you spoke to us about 2030. I want to rewind a bit. I want to go to 2015, 2016. The buzzword was oil and gas. And I think it's very appropriate that the speaker just spoke about it. Had we did, the fact that we say something and that we have a workshop does not make anything happen. I've seen it just too many times. And so is the communities, to be quite honest. They don't believe us anymore, frankly. So here's the gentleman from the Freeport of Saldanha, Patrick Lakabane. He does a lot for training, SMMEs. Ma'am, he did a tremendous amount of training for oil and gas, which landed what? Nothing. You can't eat a certificate. Your certificate has got to be And please indulge me for a moment, because I truly think, Bonga, you spoke about state and why state-owned failed here in South Africa. I tell you why. Because it's top-down and not bottom-up. We think one plan fixes everything. It does not, ma'am. Everything is different. We've spoken so much about outside the province instead of talking about what's right here on our doorstep. So allow me to give you an example. So had we stuck with, one day I wanted to do something in my town where I was the ward councillor. One of the residents said to me, before you do something new, start maintaining and keeping that beautiful what you already have. So, Mr. Pillay, we have to do double the amount of things in half the time at half the cost. That's how we win in South Africa. But that's not, we just keep on like the Israelites around the mountain 40 years. We've now been going in Saldanha, the IDZ was established in 2012. Am I correct, Patrick? Yeah, 2012. So we're 10 years on. There isn't one viable business in there yet. You know what, ma'am? Why? Biggest reason? Because Transnet and the SEZ can't speak to or the IDZ can't speak to each other properly. Because it's a top-down approach. Instead of coming to roots and saying, ground level, what do we need here? There's a school there, West Coast School. It goes to grade 10. We've got the best college there, TVET college, called Vescus College. In renewables, ma'am. But there's not one school in the area that speaks to taking it to there. Not one. So, because the plan is top-down instead of bottom-up. There's this, and that will start us in two places, from the bottom and bringing the kids through to the college and then into industry. So I'm going to stop there, but I think that answers your question, Bonga. And also the inequality of people living on top of each other has got nothing to do with government. It's got to do with failed provinces that displaces people, and we're all too scared to say it. So the Saldanha Bay has got the highest GDP, ma'am. But they've also got the highest unemployment. How can that be? I tell you how it can be, because people that are desperate are migrating to try and get a future for their people. There is nothing fun about staying in a shack at 50 degrees inside the shack. There's nothing fun about that. But people are prepared to do that because it's better than home, where everything is collapsed. I sat in a meeting where 3 government ministers laughed with each other because they couldn't drive to their house in Mthatha. Ma'am, that's a wake-up call. So I want to speak, Mr. Pillay, specifically about Mittel. I hope that Chihita is going to come to Saldanha instead of going to Boegoebaai, which is a long-term project. We've got a failed mill there that put directly 900 and something people out of jobs. Downstream, about 10,000 people. Why don't you start with reskilling? You said leave no one behind, like the mine workers. Why don't you start by making a survey and see where are those people, what are they doing? I'll tell you, one of them lives a couple of houses up the street from me. He's developed a car wash at his home, ma'am. He lost his wife in COVID. He's in his 30s. But he hasn't lost hope. We've got beautiful people in South Africa, and specifically in Saldanha. And I'm here to fight for them. Because that's where we start, at the bottom, our people. So why don't we figure out where's that 900 and something people, and look, what was the downstream businesses that closed down? Can we retrain them first and get what we have already, ma'am, the mill, up and running, in a transition with our gas friend at the back, so that we can get to green hydrogen? Parallel to that, we can work on our export market. That is something that will work. And I really plead with you today that we don't do this, that we don't just do a talk shop, that we have a talk shop with a responsible champion, with a timeline set on results. When we start doing that, our communities will take ownership and pride in what we place in front of them. Confidence will be restored. And that platform that we lay as government, local, provincial, and national, will cause all this business in the room to flourish, and that will create the jobs. Thank you, ma'am.
Good note. Do you want one final word? Okay. Those who want a quick, very quick.
I think there was a question directed, and I know, you can see the kitchen staff have already started making preparations. Everyone is probably waiting to leave, so I'll be very quick in my submissions. I think on the good professor's assertions, with the issue of the IPPs and electricity production in South Africa, the main point that I wanted to drive was that Eskom opens a public process that invites everyone to come and submit. It says, guys, we're looking for people that can, come produce electricity for us. The best person who has the best price will give them the tender. Companies come and submit. The best person who submits is EDF, which is a foreign company. The reason for that is because through past 25, 30 years, we've not created credible, solid, sustainable, black or even South African-based energy companies that can compete with that EDF when it comes to South Africa. That was the main point that I was driving. So we do need to create black industrialists that can globally compete, that can be as affordable, as efficient. It's going to take time because of economies of scale, et cetera, and show support to existing companies. There's a company called Parkway Group owned by Thabiso Ntenyana, which is actually a global renewable energy company, but it still can't compete with EDF. So support those type of black industries that are there, bring up new guys into the market, and you start seeing the real transformation that we want to drive on Prof's one. On the issue of the mayor that is raised, I think I'll leave the politics to the politicians. I come from a scientific background as an economist in training at WITS, doing my honors this year. So when we discuss the wealth concentration in this country, it's not a subjective matter. The reason why in your city there's a rising level of GDP, but also a rising level of unemployment, is because the people who have wealth happen to be of a particular race, and it all, for some reason, in terms of ownership patterns and management patterns, seem to correlate, yet black ordinary people for the past 30 years and historically way before then have never had the right skills to participate, and even today still don't have the right skills. So the reason why the unemployment is rising is that yes, there might be productivity because businesses are doing well, but wealth is not being reinvested into communities. Wealth is being, JSE listed companies every year record profits, FMB, all sorts of companies. But you don't see them opening up new factories, opening up new, structures, because they don't reinvest into the economy as the private sector themselves. You must go and check those numbers. So we need a private sector that is also socially inclined to understand that we have social challenges and they can't keep hoarding wealth in terms of distributing to their shareholders, but they need to also socially reinvest that wealth into productive assets and not just CSI projects, for example. Okay. In terms of the red tape and top-down approach, we need to, DG, I can see that you're also here. We need to deal with lazy and corrupt bureaucrats and officials in South Africa. We have a problem in South Africa where suppliers will come and tell you that they've done the job and they can't continue because there's some person who must be paid an invoice that hasn't cleared the invoice because he wants 20,000, or he must go and go to LV and buy him a new handbag before he clears the invoice. So DG, from all levels of the state, in terms of the bureaucracy, we have a high level of corrupt and lazy officials, and they must be dealt with decisively. We need an NPA that is going to work to deal with all those people and speaks precisely to what the mayor is saying. So we need to build an ethical leadership and competent leadership that is led by young, capable, and dynamic young black South Africans.
Risha, do you want to say something?
To respond
last
to
word? Yes.
Some of the questions.
Go ahead.
To respond to some of the questions, and thank you. I think they were wonderful questions, really. To my knowledge, China is the only country that is actually converting hydrogen from coal at significant scale. Is it US as well? US as well. So perhaps we could learn and collaborate with some of these partners, given the question around the coal. And China is still said to be, it is the largest and still said to be the largest consumer of hydrogen, for that matter, 23.9% currently of the global market. So I think we could certainly collaborate. But one of the good things, and to avoid being a talk shop, maybe one of the key takeaways, the Director General, Dr. Sishi, and the DDG, Mvalo, have been emphasizing that centers of specialization, and we have two, one in collaboration with the False Bay TVET College and the Boland TVET College on welding and robotics welding. They've been a great success, largely because the department has made it happen in terms of ensuring that industry works closely with the sector. So these welders who are trained are actually absorbed into those companies. They've got full-time employment. And maybe we need to look at the 5 CETAs that are involved with the department, collaborating on a center of specialization on hydrogen skills. It could be hydrogen fuel cell technicians, Dr. Anofrapong. We could certainly work together on some of these things. So if we had just one center of specialization on hydrogen fuel cells, hydrogen skills, it would be a good, tangible result that we could work towards to avoid the talk shop. But to make it happen, and I think the QCTO, Mr. Vijay Naidu, is here, has been instrumental as well in certifying qualifications development to ensure that we have the kind of certified skills in the country. So, Honorable Mayor, if we could make a smart skills center happen in a period of 11 months, I'm sure we could work together with the Saldanha Bay IDZ to do a survey and reskill those field workers from that mill, as you have so proposed. And I think it would go a long way. We've already have an established project. I'm sure we could do it together, working together. So I think just my final 2 points, Program Director, is that yes, an electrician is an electrician, but what we found is that a hydrogen power systems electrician is a completely different skill. It requires a very niche, specific type of training. Hydrogen vehicle electricians require very specific types of training. And the last thing we want to do is to have a skills gap that is unable to fill that. So by 2030, currently we have 3% of global green hydrogen projects that belong to the continent. I hope that by 2030, if we have a strategy to capture at least 10% of the global hydrogen market, that could be something that we tangibly aim for in the future.
Thank you. Anne, you have the last word.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I wanted to say something about how we're going to do it, because it's all about the how. It's about really orchestrating it as a whole, start and end at the same time, with all parts, all partners covering the whole value chain. It's about a bottom-up approach, but we also need a bit the top-down. And the key word is tangibility. We need to make sure that the people understand and can experience themselves what their role can be. That were my last words.
Thank you very, very much. You'll agree with me that this has been a great panel. I want to thank all the panelists for your insights, for stimulating the debate, for raising the questions and problematizing a number of assertions that we may all have. It helps us to improve our thinking, and it helps us to really elevate the science diplomacy that needs to continually happen. And I'm happy that the Minister, as you heard this morning, has launched this as a process where there are going to be a number of roundtables. So let's participate, let's bring our energy to it. So thank you very much, Yeshen, Bonga, Anne, Nikki, Gugu, and Michael. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, and thank you very much to the audience for your participation and your questions. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's lunch. As you can see, I'm between stomachs and lunch. We've come to the end of our program. Yeah? Yeah.
Participants, just a quick announcement. We are going to go out for lunch, and then the next back-to-back session, as Minister has launched, will begin at 1 o'clock. It's the Chieta Conference on Skills for the Economy. Thank you.
Hello? Hello? Sorry to disturb your lunch, but I have a very important announcement to make. There is a cell phone that has been located in the ladies' bathroom, unattended. So it has been brought to me, and I would like to find out who the owner is so I can unite the two. I do have the cell phone, but the only thing catch is you need to describe your cell phone and convince me that it's yours, then I can release it. You don't need to bring the slip for the purchase slip or anything. Okay. Yes, please. What color? Yes, our cell phone just found its owner. The two are happily reunited. Thank you. Thank you to the guys from the venue that brought the cell phone. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 1 o'clock and we are scheduled to start the afternoon session. So I'll just give it 1 minute to kindly have all delegates coming back to the session. Can you hear me? Sharp. Okay. I was. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kidiboni Morwani, and I will be program directing for the afternoon. Welcome to the Chieta Pan-African Hydrogen Skills Conference. Just quickly before we start, there are a number of delegates that are joining us for the afternoon session, a bit of orientation of the venue. Kindly note that all the bathrooms are located on the ground floor. You just take the stairs downstairs to locate the absolution facilities. Also, if I could just remind all of us to silence our cell phones. Coming back from lunch, there were a lot of messages, I'm sure, that were waiting on us. So if you could just get reminded to silence our cell phones. Another note to be taken is that we have placed on the tables all the speaker profiles in order to save us time so that we are not reading our esteemed speakers and guest profiles. You're please welcome to go through the booklets and just acquaint yourselves with the speakers. This is not to take away from any of the achievements of our speakers, but it's just really to save us time. Building from the very exciting panel that we had, which really focused on some of the social factors that need to be deliberately tackled to bring about the hydrogen economy, is the skills discussion that we are continuing. The session, the skills session, is really going to be focusing on the skills needs, which we want to be demand-led. And in having said that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call upon Ms. Wezi Koza, the Chieta board chairperson, to give us the opening remarks and to welcome us to the skills discussion for this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Program Director Gidi. And then I would like to greet you all and every one of you who are here. And most importantly, I would like to greet our Honorable Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Dr. Blade Zimande, who was here in the morning. So I'm greeting him in absentia. I would also like to greet our representatives from our shareholders, that is Dr. Sishi, Dr. Mjoaha, and their teams, and also the partners who we have, especially in this occasion, the Department of Science and Innovation, through yourself, Dr. Rebecca, thank you very much. And then Sanedi, Dr., I wonder if he is still here, Dr. Mate, and then also the NBI Institute, and recently the Durban University of Technology, and also the Center for Renewable and Sustainable Energy Studies at the University of Stellenbosch. Thank you very much. The professor was here saying very much intelligent words earlier on, and also representatives from our employer state constituency and also our labor constituency, and representatives from different government departments who are not yet really mentioned or who have not been earlier mentioned. Our sister sitters represented at this conference, I know we've got Tita, we've got our chairperson from Dr. Michelle Odayen, and then also in absentia, who was supposed to be here, chairperson, is it chairperson CEO Mashongwane from the MQA, and also we've got our members of the board, Theatre Accounting Authority, they are here, and thank you very much for being here with us because this is our occasion. And then our CEO, I usually call him, catch me if you can, he's our industrious, CEO Yashan Pillay, and also members of his executive, they are all here. And then, ladies and gentlemen, if I miss somebody, all protocol observed. I can't start by saying anything before I actually reflect on yesterday's proceedings. We took quite a lot of things from yesterday's proceedings, and then we had two panels, very brilliant panels. I was telling our CEO that he missed out a lot. Two brilliant panels, and also thanks to our program director, Mohau Peko. Thank you very much for the incisive and penetrative questions which she posed on the panel members. And with due respect to the two males that were on yesterday's panels, that is Tsepo, I'm not sure if he's still here, Tsepo Sane, there he is, and then also Dr. Mate from Sanedi. They were the only two gentlemen that graced the occasion yesterday. But I must mention that we had females, a female-led panel over there, mostly young ladies. They were, I don't know what to say, they really shook us out of our chairs. And then if I must say, if there's anything to be multiplied, it is the ladies that were seated there yesterday. I mean, imagine if you can multiply the likes of Zanele, you know, from Bambili, Zanele Mavusombat. If you can multiply the likes of her, Famida yesterday, and then the lady from Sosol, and also our lady from SABS? No, TBSA. Brilliant ladies who were there. They actually shook us from our chairs. What impressed me most was their futuristic outlook and also their dynamism in as far as their take on hydrogen economy. Now, what I can say is that from this, and I need you to take note, the first lesson of economics is scarcity. There is never enough, I think you'll agree with me, there's never enough of anything to satisfy all those who want it. And then the first lesson of politics is to disregard the first lesson. And that is a quote I got from Thomas Sowell. I like this quote because it actually reinforces my belief in the abundance mentality mindset. I'm saying that because we have got talent in South Africa, but all the time we think that we do not have talent, we've got scarcity, whereas we have got evidence from yesterday that really South Africa has got talent. So it's important for us to know that as we are here, all of us leaders of the industry, you know, people have been here forever, we must know that a society grows great when old men and old women, they plant trees whose shade they know they shall never sit in. So it's actually to prepare the ground for our future generation, because if we say the hydrogen economy is the future of the country, who should actually be leading the future, if not the young ones here? When I assumed our work as the chair of TVET, Accounting Authority, I had a clear vision that innovation was going to be our route to success. I'm thankful that TVET board and the CEO and his management understood and supported the vision that which was brought to them clearly in our endeavor to be an innovation leader in education and training. We have repositioned ourselves and we have got high-level leadership at TVET through our CEO and his executives. We have definitely repositioned ourselves to be a high-impact innovator, so that whenever we touch things, we impact them in an innovative manner, and our innovation becomes impactful at the same time. Now, we have got also, through KIDI, credible research that is stakeholder-centric, and it is central to our component as objectives. The hydrogen economy, which you currently hear about, has been identified as a niche and a high-growth area, not only for our sector, but for the country's economic reconstruction and recovery, particularly post-COVID. The TVET then started the research and innovation work needed to enable the skilling and the development of the hydrogen economy. We heard earlier our CEO talking about it. And then we are now here hosting the Pan-African Hydrogen Skills Conference together with DSI to build on and gather more knowledge on the topic. And thanks to all the participants. Now, the conference objectives is to actually determine key skills required for the hydrogen economy with a focus on hydrogen manufacturing, transportation, and safety. I would like to appreciate all the distinguished speakers who were here from yesterday, today, and obviously tomorrow, for honoring our invitation to assist us in realizing this objective. I welcome you all to this Chieta event and wish all of us a productive and knowledge-filled 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Koza, for that hearty word of welcome. I call her chairperson, so please don't mind me if I just keep referring to her as chair. And Chair, if I could maybe make a note to say that from yesterday, I think, and continuing to this morning, we have noted that for the hydrogen economy to be successful and beneficial to South Africa, it has to be inclusive. So the representation of women from yesterday and continuing today, as well as the youth, I think something that is of critical importance. Thank you, Chair. To open our proceedings in terms of the discussion, I would like to call Mr. Yeshen Pillay, who is our CEO, our trailblazing CEO, to really kickstart the discussions today, particularly focusing on the research that the chairperson has indicated that the Chieta has conducted around skills, but also our plans that we're having, that we aim to collaborate with many of you in the room. Mr. Yeshen Pillay, please.
Thank you, Program Director, Ms. Kedibone Moroane. One is only a trailblazer because you have a trailblazing team. So she is the trailblazing team together with the Research and Planning Unit. We have done all the hard work. So thank you for the introduction. Before I just acknowledge some of the guests, and thank you for our valuable stakeholders, both physically and online. One of our stakeholders was saying to me that there's just so much happening, so please excuse they're running quickly to the World Science Forum event, coming back here, and we're running back and up and down, so there's a lot that seems to be happening, which is good, and really signifies a lot of productive activity. On the outskirts of this World Science Forum, of course, we, in partnership with the DSI, we've arranged this Pan-African Skills Conference to focus on hydrogen. And before I get into the presentation, let me just acknowledge our board chairperson, Ms. Wezi Koza. We also have the privilege of joined by other board members, Mr. Gerard Kutter, Dr. Banutile Makubela, who is present. We also have Ms. Karishma Ramcharan, and the chair of the Construction SETA board, who's also a board member, Mr. Thabo Masumbuka, who is also present with us today. Thank you, Mr. Masumbuka. One of our valuable stakeholders who was reminding me, Ms. Letseli, that the explosives industry in the country, hydrogen is going to play a very critical role. And Denel Ammunition, thank you for joining us together with our very other successful or valuable stakeholders, where hydrogen is going to be playing a very critical part. I also want to just acknowledge the chair of the board of the forestry, FPNM SETA, Ms. Michelle O'Dyan, who's present with us here today. We also have, of course, our mayor, Mr. Andre Tritter, who's becoming a Chieta mayor because of our Smart Skills Center and various other things that we are doing with the Saldanha Bay zone. So now we're going from digital skills to hydrogen skills, and now, of course, the milling skills. So it's just a lot of work that's being done. Joined by Mr. Patrick Lakabane, who's going to be on the program. We're giving us an excellent presentation as well from an IDZ perspective. What are our plans going forward? We're also joined by Dr. Koketso Rakudo from the Royal Bafokeng Nation, Chief of the Royal Bafokeng Nation. Thank you, Dr. Koketso, for joining us today. Sasol, one of our key leaders, Mr. John Messias, the Acting Vice President for Stakeholder Relations. So Mr. Vijay Naidu as well from the QCTO. Much of what we do cannot be done without the support of the QCTO, which has been immense. And then just to also acknowledge some of the stakeholders online, Sayanda Mafuleka, our Facet CEO. We also have Mrs. Matebula from the MQA. And then I think finally, very valuable, and I'll talk to how collaboration is really going to be an essential player or driver in the success of the hydrogen economy. Dr. Anno Frimpong, who is the CEO of the Transport SETA, who we intend to collaborate, and there's 5 different sectors that will be collaborating in driving the hydrogen economy forward. So, Program Director, I think if we just get into the presentation that we'd like to make, we've done some research as the Chemical SETA on the hydrogen economy. As we begin, just to give you an overview of what we want to really touch on. So I don't know if, am I moving this or is it? So we will be looking at the introduction of the hydrogen economy in Africa and in South Africa in particular, just to give you a synopsis of the role of the chemical sector in the hydrogen economy, some growth areas for skills and economic development, some key levers for skills development that we've identified. Very importantly, our research has generated 17 future skills or job opportunities for the hydrogen economy. And I'd like to speak on why that's going to be so important, especially for this conference. And then finally, we'd like to propose a collective action framework for hydrogen skills. So just by way of introduction, the international hydrogen market is actually estimated to grow by 2.6 trillion rand by 2025. This is by the International Energy Agency. And in relation to other fuels, hydrogen is significantly rich on energy per unit mass. What we've also identified is that the hydrogen economy can be used to decarbonize economic sectors, especially those that rely on fossil fuels, such as the transport sector. And as I indicated, the CEO of the transport sector, together with Transnet, AXA, we've also invited, will speak to how that will be done. But I think what we also often tend to forget is that hydrogen is not new or unique. It has been around since the 1920s. In fact, it was mainly used in the manufacturing of fertilizers and explosives. And fertilizers and explosives are subsectors within the chemical industry. So we're not talking about something that's very new or unique. What we are talking about is the gaining traction or the momentum that hydrogen has gained over the last few recent times, specifically as a result of, for example, your fuel cell electric vehicles and fuel cell technologies. As we had a discussion earlier that the hydrogen economy can address climate challenges as well as create jobs. And I'll talk to some of the hydrogen economic value chains. Now, from an Africa's perspective, African countries, sorry for that error, today account for about 3% of global hydrogen projects. But we have the potential to capture up to 10% of the global green hydrogen market. So we've got the structural advantages in terms of solar and wind resources, and we have the potential of generating between 30 to 60 million tons per annum of green hydrogen by 2050. The African hydrogen industry could create approximately 1.9 to 3.7 million jobs and boost GDP by $30 billion by 2050. So for Africa, hydrogen is both a decarbonization vector as well as a jobs multiplier. So what are the opportunities for growth? Well, firstly, in terms of the production and exportation of green hydrogen and green ammonia, we look at some of our developments, again, as we mentioned, the Bukubai area of the Northern Cape. Fuel cell manufacturing is another opportunity that we've identified for growth. The manufacturing of fuel cell electric vehicles, FCVs, and low-carbon solutions for mass transportation and hydrogen-powered ecosystems, and I'll speak to that as well. But importantly, we also need to address the restraints to growth. Firstly, the high operational costs, as green hydrogen is expensive to store and transport. You have high capital investment that is required for pipelines and carriers, and as I mentioned just yesterday, the PIC declared that is estimated at 4.3 trillion rand in terms of the hydrogen investment strategy for the country as identified by the Public Investment Corporation. We have a lack of skilled workers, and this is really going to be a key barrier to growth. And finally, for us, hydrogen requires an abundance of water resources, and this has been mentioned. We talked about what is an electrolytic hydrogen project, is where the process of electrolysis is used to separate hydrogen from oxygen in water, for example. So it requires abundance of water. And as we know, South Africa is a water scarce country. So if we're going to invest in water desalination, what type of infrastructure will be required and what is the quantum of that infrastructure for water desalination to supply the input costs for the hydrogen economy. So you might have seen all of that, what I've spoken about earlier, but for the purposes of I think from our side as the chemical sector, what is the role of the chemical sector in the hydrogen economy? Well, firstly, the commercial production of synthetic fuels by companies such as Petro SA. Secondly, we see hydrogen as a feedstock for many industrial processes, the manufacturing of fertilizers, ammonia, methanol, and hydrochloric acid. Thirdly, much of the current demand from hydrogen actually comes from cement and glass manufacturing. And I'll go into how glass manufacturing is starting, and glass being an important sector for us in the chemical space. And then finally, we have chemical manufacturing companies such as Sasol, who have vast experience in the production and use of hydrogen. So you see the interconnection or the interrelationship with the chemical sector, chemical manufacturing companies. We know many of our stakeholders. I mentioned Denel and Munition. I could mention Afrox, AECI, Sasol, all venturing into this space. That will require skills plans and workforce development strategies to accompany this role of the chemical sector in the hydrogen economy. So what are some of the growth areas that we've identified for skills and economic development? Firstly is that of hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicles. I just took a picture here of BMW's iX5, the hydrogen SUV. That BMW have indicated is expected to enter mass production in 2025. So we're not talking a long term here, we're talking a few years through collaboration. Again, you see a good example, BMW and Toyota collaborating to ensure that SUVs enter mass production by 2025. So not 2030, not 2050. We could see this in a very short space of time. And just to give you a sense of hydrogen fuel cells and how they work in terms of powering electric engines and generating these fuel cell electric vehicles. The other area is the emissions-free power systems for data centers. We know that Microsoft recently provided some data or evidence of how data centers could be powered, but this prototype of proton exchange membrane, or PEM, fuel cell system, which as indicated here, can provide emissions-free backup for almost 10,000 data center servers. So currently, a lot of data centers, some of which are going to container-based data centers, could use hydrogen-based renewable energy to actually power the data centers for many companies. Then, as I mentioned, is the decarbonization of the glass manufacturing industry. We recently saw a world first as hydrogen was used to manufacture glass. A recent German study which indicated that hydrogen is actually a very promising material in the glass industries, but to decarbonize. So we're talking not just the decarbonization of traditional industries such as steel manufacturing, but we're also talking about the decarbonization of glass, for example, and we're looking at some of our stakeholders, PG Glass, Consol Glass, etc., sharing with them new insights on how hydrogen can be used to decarbonize, but equally so what will the skills that will be required for this decarbonization process. Then in terms of the manufacturing of the hydrogen fuel cells, electrolyzers, and the membrane electrode assemblies as well, we see vast growth potential for South Africa and Africa on the continent in terms of manufacturing of these fuel cells. And we've already seen some companies repurposing existing electrolyzers. And of course, this will be a key area for skills growth and economic development in the country. Very exciting as well for us is this area of shipping, aviation, rail, or heavy-duty long-haul trucks. Tomorrow you'll receive a presentation as well by the Airports Company South Africa CEO, Ms. Mpumi Mpofu, who will go into detail about how our 9 airports will be repurposed as hydrogen development hubs in line with the hydrogen strategy, especially in terms of supplying not just jet fuel, for the aircraft. Of course, the question is, when will this aircraft be ready for actually taking on green hydrogen? But the plans are in place, and one should not fall behind the curve. And again, here we see another example where we have the world's first hydrogen-powered train, a fleet of 14 trains powered by hydrogen in the German Saxony state. And so, green ammonia as well, powered many of the shipping companies starting to use green ammonia as well, or green hydrogen for their thing. And of course, with the trucking industry, it therefore means higher safety standards will be required for truck drivers, trucking companies, more opportunities for your hydrogen transporting or distributing companies to be set up to actually create in terms of this. So this is one of the emerging hydrogen value chains. You see from an energy input sector, renewables, the natural gas for the blue hydrogen, which is often spoken about, which is derived from your natural gas, we see biomass and other inputs. Then on the upstream side, we have the electrolysis. On the midstream side, the pipeline, non-pipeline, we'll have to repurpose some of the gas pipeline infrastructure, which of course, that's where your infrastructure costs come into play. But that will also require pipeline workers to be trained to actually maintain those repurposed pipelines for the hydrogen sector. And then on the downstream side, of course, heating, the transport, as I mentioned, power generation and heavy industry. So just a brief sort of snapshot of what an emerging hydrogen value chain actually looks like. So what have we identified as your key levers for hydrogen development? Firstly is that of skills development. We spoke about how the state must spearhead the development of skills, and that's from high school, TVET colleges, as well as institutions of higher learning. Right now, just recently, I actually received correspondence. I don't know if our colleagues from Transnet are here, who actually said that we don't have green hydrogen modules to actually put colleagues on to be trained on this. So when are we going to start developing the kind of curriculum for green hydrogen training modules for companies such as Transnet to actually train workers to be able to take on this type of skills development. Secondly, is that of training on maintenance, fitting, chemical, technical, and mechanical training, fuel cell technology, and so we've got to bridge this hydrogen skills gap that is emerging in the country, and that will require higher levels of training to match the skills development. Upskilling, we have plans, for example, we're working together with Sasol, for example, to upskill chemical engineers, tailored structured projects to be trained as hydrogen systems engineers. But we'll also have to upskill the electricians that was mentioned to be hydrogen power systems electricians. And so we'll have to continuously develop these upskilling programs as part of a key lever for growth of the hydrogen development. Then we need to anticipate future skills dynamics, and I like the question that was asked. So let's ask ourselves, 5 to 10 years from now, which skills will be relevant? And from there, we can then work towards developing the skills for the future. Collaboration is going to be a key lever with structured collaborative agreements. So right now, we're working in a very fragmented way. Everyone's having a conference, everyone's having an initiative, a summit. There's no real coordinated strategy from an infrastructure perspective or from a skills perspective. And I'm glad that myself and the CEO of Transport CETA were talking that we in some areas we will have transport leading or mining leading. I know MQA is also joining us, and the chemicals supporting. In other areas it will be the opposite, but in that type of format, we could have structured collaborative agreements in place to drive the kind of initiatives such as the centers of specialization for fuel cell technicians and other various projects. Favorable policies and regulations. We do need to ensure we have a coherent national hydrogen policy. And then the issue of hydrogen certification to meet global standards so that, even from a safety perspective, those global standards are adhered to. Finally, the seventh lever is that of research and development. We are not investing enough into more research and development into the hydrogen economy, and I'm glad the director of the African Energy Leadership Center has joined us, Mr. Prof. Ulwazi, and we do need to support more of academic research into the hydrogen sector. So more funding for hydrogen research, but also more funding for specific types of cost-effective hydrogen production, storage, and distribution. Recent report indicated that we could be cost-effective, or cost should be reduced by at least 50% in terms of the production of hydrogen by anywhere between 2030 to 2050, which will make it more competitive for many companies to then enter into this space. So we do certainly need to focus on this aspect of research and development. So we've identified these 7 levers for hydrogen development as a chemical CETA. This is what came out of our recent research report, 17 future skills for the hydrogen economy. Fuel cell technicians. So as the fuel cell technology or fuel cell industry grows, we'll need to supply fuel cell technicians, hydrogen policy analysis to ensure that we have favorable policies as well. Your power plant managers, so these plants that are going to be established, are we going to be importing the skills or are we going to actually develop our own homegrown skills to address the high levels of unemployment in the country? We also have, as I mentioned, with the hydrogen emerging value chain, new businesses will be created. And so as new businesses are created, we will have new sales and marketing consultants that will have to be trained at the end of the day. Someone's got to train them to actually then address the skills gap. The transport sector would require hydrogen fuel transporters to be trained, hydrogen vehicle electricians, and as I mentioned, hydrogen power systems electricians. And I think that's really the biggest challenge we're actually having from a skills perspective in the country. We do not have a shortage of welders in the country, for example. We have enough welders in the country. The problem is that we're not detail specific enough. We have a shortage of certain types of welders, such as coated welders, aluminium graded welders, underwater welders. That's where the challenge comes in. And so we shouldn't fall into the same trap when you talk about the hydrogen economy. There's no problem with electricians per se, but we do need more hydrogen power systems electricians, for example, vehicle electricians, to close that skills gap. Storage specialists, storage is of course going to be a key area and a key challenge for the hydrogen economy. So to address that challenge, we do need to train hydrogen storage specialists who are able to actually manage the storage of hydrogen in the country. One of the things that we'll be looking at as a chemical CETA is the safety aspect. And so what are the safety guidelines, as well as the hydrogen systems safety analysts that will have to look at the safety aspects of managing a gas of this nature. Electrolysis engineers, for that matter, will have to be trained, production engineers, carbon capture specialists as well, specialist project managers, as mentioned, fuel station designers, and then emissions accounting and reporting consultants. Now, as was mentioned in the previous discussion, we have 32.9% unemployment in the country. We have 7.7 million people actually in real numbers, who in terms of your official measurement of unemployment are sitting at home. If we had to expand that, we've got 3.5 million discouraged people and 11.9 million people in total who should be contributing to the economy but are actually sitting at home. Either they've stopped searching, but they are available to work. These present opportunities to get, especially your youth, involved in something that's very new and exciting. In hydrogen economy, what does a hydrogen or an electrolysis engineer actually do? And not me talking about a hydrogen pipeline installer or hydrogen fuel transporter, but actually get some of those people to talk to our our youth, our unemployed population, and get them trained now for these type of careers. Because one of the things that we're certainly failing to do is long-term planning. When the time comes to absorb these types of occupational skills, we simply then have to bring them from abroad, as we did with some of our power stations, where we had the welders from Southeast Asian countries coming into Kusile and Medupi. And we don't want to get into that when our hydrogen power plants come online. So that's the 17 key future skills. And Program Director, as I conclude, one of the things we want to suggest as an outcome of this conference is that perhaps we need a collective action framework for hydrogen skills in particular, where we need to then be specific and identify who will be Africa's hydrogen champions. How do we support more localization of hydrogen opportunities so that we actually take ownership of our own hydrogen economy? Thirdly, how do we ensure a balanced focus on supply and demand to avoid what is possibly this hydrogen deadlock between potential off-takers and potential suppliers? And we need to start thinking about that hydrogen deadlock as your potential suppliers will not be able to undertake your electrolytic projects unless they actually have off-take agreements in place. And then finally, what should constitute the key pillars of a hydrogen workforce development strategy? And once we are able to define those key pillars, have in place a hydrogen workforce development strategy, both for the country and for the continent for that matter, that can be able to ensure that all our investments in infrastructure are met with the significant investments from a skills development perspective. Program Director, that is it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pillay. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to open for any questions. We have been a very participative audience. There are roving mics that are available, so if I could maybe have hands. If you could kindly just introduce yourself for the benefit of delegates joining us online, and then ask your question, please.
Good day. Again, Patrick Lakabani from Freeport, Saldanha. Mine more a comment than a question. CEO, let me first congratulate you on a very, very thorough report. I spoke at an event in Senton, I think a month ago, and I was surrounded by engineers and chemical engineers and all. I'm not an engineer. And I think I was the only guy that's not an engineer, and we're talking about localization and how do we ensure that we create maximum impact to local communities in the Northern Cape and also on the West Coast. And the one thing that I said was simplicity and how we convey the message is key, to this particular hydrogen economy that we're trying to build. And also to get people excited and to get people involved. Because an engineer was saying that he experienced, a silence whenever they speak to people about hydrogen and getting excited. But I said, yes, obviously. I mean, once you start to throw around jargons and talk engineering language to the ordinary person that you want to get involved, you're obviously not going to talk the same language. Now the report, and as we know how reports are always structured, are very technical of nature. If the reports that we know in government, that is also drawn by consultant, but this report talks to the point. Very simple language. It talks about what it is that we need, what are those occupations. And I also see, the one thing that you did is you've listed 18 occupations, I'm talking on a correction there. But you also alluded to the fact that, listen, besides this, there are others. And also, if you want to ensure maximum benefits, I always talk about, your semi-skilled, your operators, your laborers, because they make the biggest part of any workforce in a company or on a plant. And there's also the type of detail that we need to go down to say, and also those are the low-hanging fruits, to get people qualified and also to expose people to opportunities in the workplace. So the report is, in fact, in a simple but detailed manner that makes it simple for anyone to understand. I mean, I take it from myself. As I said, I'm not an engineer, but I could understand, I could relate. And it makes also our job very easy, to go and convey and get people excited in whatever communities there are so that they can, participate in these opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lakabani. That comment. I guess the report was that clear, because I'm not seeing any hands asking. Oh, there is a hand at the back. The gentleman in the blue shirt. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Stanford. I'm coming from the University of the Western Cape. I think also, thank you, Mr. Pillay, for the report. But I think what we also need to look at currently is to see the number of professions that we can reskill that can immediately benefit this evolving hydrogen economy. So yes, we do have these skills that I've identified. But for instance now, when an organization wants to start up operations in the Republic, we need to see how can we integrate the local reskill. I have noted the chemical engineers, for example, but we do have a number of professions in the hydrogen value chain that we need to identify now and reskill that niche. While we are in the process of developing curriculums that will fit the 17 skills that we have alluded to. So it's exciting times, but we need to start with what we have so that there is no skills deficit as we are developing the hydrogen economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stanford. CEO. Thank you. Yes, I've noted you, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Cosmos Chiteme. I work for the Department of Science and Innovation. I haven't had the chance to read the report, but I just wanted to also just highlight some of the things, especially when we start looking at issues of reskilling. We already have some people who are working in the hydrogen space, and I think one of the things that we need to highlight is the issue that with regards to some of the technologies that are coming on stream in the hydrogen space, the issues of having to deal with higher pressures, particularly in the automotive sector, where higher pressures are required for refueling the cars and so forth. So I think, like I said, I don't have the details of the report. That might have been highlighted in the report already. But I think we just need to be aware of that so that as we develop the curricula, those are some of the things that need to be highlighted. And where such skills exist, where people are trained in the low pressure space, it's almost like a low-hanging fruit to upgrade them to training for the higher pressure vehicles and so forth. So thanks a lot to Cheta for the report, and we look forward to engaging and seeing any areas of further analysis that can be done. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mtati.
No, thank you very much. I think the critical part, though, that we don't have conversations on is the system that supports the supply side. Because our system is dependent on universities and TVETs. And that delivery of skills has a time lag associated with it. So if you're going to talk about 2025, you must then say, but what is the system that supports a quicker turnaround and your ability to deliver those skills in time to meet the demand? Because, otherwise you will always be 3 or 5 years late in respect of your capacity to be able to deliver the skills. I sometimes forget to introduce myself. My name is Otto Mtati from the South African International Institute for Maritime. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mtati. I think some of the points that have been shared are very important and also do need further deliberation as well as exploration. But I do agree that a quicker turnaround in terms of the delivery of training is very critical to ensure that we deliver on those skills that we have identified. Reskilling is a very important part because we are already in the hydrogen space, so the just transition needs to, or rather, in order for us to bring about the just transition, we need to make sure that we move people from gray ultimately to green. So it is a very important part, certainly for us as a SETA, to ensure that we don't leave anybody behind. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and Mr. Pillay for sharing that presentation with us. I'd like to move us then to our next speaker. Mr. Pillay, I think, indicated the importance of collaboration for us to effectively bring on the green hydrogen economy. And we have partnered with Department of Science and Innovation, certainly in organizing and bringing about this important discussion. And our next speaker is then representing the DSI. Dr. Rebecca Maserumula is the Acting Deputy Director General at the DSI and the Chief Director for Hydrogen and Energy at the DSI. She is an industrial energy efficiency specialist, so She is very accomplished in terms of the hydrogen economy. We have requested her to come speak to us on the investment opportunities as well as the attractiveness of the hydrogen, the green hydrogen economy for South Africa. But I think more importantly for us then to draw on the skills requirements and opportunities that will then be emanating from there. Dr. Rebecca Masru. Ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, start by greeting the program director. Thank you so much for your assistance. A special thank you to the chair of the TVET board, as the minister was saying, for the invitation, as well as CEO of TVET, who I met a few months ago at an event, actually here in Cape Town, but a DHET event. Chairs of other boards from TITA, I think, is here. I think I heard the construction, CETA is here as well. I know that I saw the Sonetti CEO in the crowd or around, as well as any colleagues still here from the DHET. Hopefully all protocol observed for today. So today I'm going to present on hydrogen economy, slightly different than my presentation yesterday. So I wanted to give those who may have been here yesterday a bit of a break, but some of the slides will be the same, but I'm taking a slightly different spin on it. So yesterday we were talking around this issue of science diplomacy for economic development. And really, with the Department of Science and Innovation, that's really the role that we play. You know, everyone does it. You know, if you allow students from other countries to come in, you're actually creating a great experience for those students. They go back to that country, of course, loving South Africa, loving the people, and then being more favorable towards the country when it comes to trade, right? So that was the orientation for yesterday. But today's orientation is really around exciting you around why I'm so excited around the hydrogen economy. I will say, as you were doing my, as you were doing my biography, I've only been in the, I would say, truly in the hydrogen space for just over 6 years. So I joined the Department of Science and Innovation on the 1st of December, 2015, very excited, very clueless, really around what was going on. But over time, I've actually learned much more, and the more I learn, the more excited I get around this. Last week, I was voted in as the chairperson of the International Partnership for Fuel Cells and Hydrogen in the Economy. So an organization, 21 countries in the EU. It's been in place since 2003, the very first African chair to ever take over. I took over for Netherlands. And actually at last week's meeting in Costa Rica, South Africa and Costa Rica were given the task as chairing a task force on skills in the hydrogen economy. So this is an international task force that will be hoping to shape what skills are going to come in, making sure that different governments across the world are understanding what the opportunities for skills are. And I think South Africa was put forward for that opportunity because we're one of the very first countries that really started to articulate the importance of the just transition when it comes to climate change. We had, I think, the very first policies or indices that spoke to that. And that's something, as South Africa, we've always been at the forefront of making sure our voice is heard or making sure the voices of others is heard who have these concerns. And I think it speaks well to even yesterday's and today's discussions around that. But I think when it comes to the hydrogen economy, many countries are talking about hydrogen economies. Over the last 2 to 3 years, probably close to 20 to 30 countries have released their own strategies on hydrogen. And the question we always have to ask ourselves is, why are we different? How do we differentiate ourselves? South Africa, I would say, very small population, not minuscule, but just under 70 million, 60 million people in this country. But whenever you give South Africa a task to do, you always punch above your weight, right? And it's because of the people. We talk about the sunshine, we talk about the great wind, the minerals, the PGM minerals, 75% of the minerals in the world, but really what really singles you out is your people. And I think if we make sure that that is our core competence that we put forward, we're always going to win out to the rest of the world. And that's why I think today's conference is so important, because it's speaking to the core of our benefit, of our, what makes us different, which is our people. And I think the question we're going to ask ourselves is the work that we're doing over the last, I think, 2 years. Like I said, at the height of COVID, we started this process. And, you know, again, there was a lot of hype around the hydrogen economy. And really, we knew this change is going to happen, right? But the question we asked at that point in time is, are we going to react, or are we going to respond to the opportunity? And if you look about responding versus reacting, they're very similar, but really very different if you look at the outcomes. So reacting means meeting one action for another action, right? So those physicists or engineers out there, you know, Newton's law, for every action, there's the equal and opposite reaction, right? But the issue of reacting is you may get a positive or a negative outcome based on how we react, versus responding. You know, the root of responding comes from the word responsibility. And that means that you're deliberate and considerate when you do what you do. And the issue of responding, and it was the gentleman from Saldana was speaking, is around an engineered response that is moving towards a positive outcome, right? So what I'm going to present to you is why I think we're likely as South Africa to be best in the world, and why I think we're going to respond proactively to the challenges and opportunities of a hydrogen economy. So if you look at our competitive advantage, you know, like I say, sunshine and wind, we have in abundance. I mean, other countries in the world, as you see the graph, also have sunshine and wind. But the question is, why do other countries keep on coming back to South Africa for these partnerships? And I think we have sunshine and wind, great, but we also have PGMs in the ground. 75% in South Africa. If you go north across the border to Zimbabwe, they have the other 5%. And even in the Makala mine, the largest PGM mine in the world. But also, you look at our existing port infrastructure. So while we have coastal lines, we have great beaches, we also have extensive port facilities, existing ones. So Saldana Bay, we know at one point in time, recall you had the best iron and steel business in the world, right? The most efficient and effective with the electric arc furnace, which is why we think that when green steel comes in, the Saldana Bay, again, will be at the forefront of the green steel revolution. You have Kuha, you have different IDZs, and so forth, where you're shipping, you have container ports. So we have this existing infrastructure, which can be leveled today for the future. If you also look at the capabilities around Fischer-Tropsch that we've developed at Sasol, granted, this has been developed over decades, not years, but decades. It's going to take other countries decades to catch up to us. So let's not forget about our competitive advantage. It's going to take decades for other people to come up to. And recall, Sasol has been around the world helping other nations with putting in place similar processes. If you look at the existing HISA program, 15 years of implementation, an additional 10 years was approved by cabinet last year. So we're going to have 25 years at the end of this, quarter of a century. I mean, some celebrity marriages don't last that long of support. And really, we have sustained investment. We have currently 1.2 billion that has been spent. We're looking at an additional minimum of 1 billion rands of expenditure towards skills and innovation in South Africa. Existing trade relationships with countries, Japan, South Korea, and EU. So if we look to the east, South Korea is looking to import 80% of its hydrogen by 2050. You look at Japan, again, a large consumer of hydrogen and ammonia, and the European Union going to the north as well. Through Bugabai and other options, will be looking for energy from us. And also, surprise, UK. Not to disrespect the UK, they're in Europe as well, no longer the EU. They're also looking at for existing relationships. And really, I think when we talked about the Hydrogen Society Roadmap, we did it very deliberately. If you look at other countries in the world, they say hydrogen strategy or green this, but we wanted to make sure that society was at the center of this this transition. So we want an inclusive, sustainable, and competitive hydrogen economy by 2050, with the goal of achieving a just and inclusive net zero carbon economic growth for societal well-being by 2050. And really, I was thinking what you're saying was saying earlier around this importance of having a coordinated approach. I think we have attempted over the last 2 years with the Hydrogen Society Roadmap to get everyone together and corral the team, but I think we can do more to institutionalize the coordination of the efforts across government and private sector to move in the same direction. And really, in terms of policies to support the hydrogen economy, the very first policy was the hydrogen RDI strategy back in 2007, 2008. But then shortly in 2015, believe it or not, the green transport strategy of the Department of Transport actually mentioned fuel cell electric vehicles as important for decarbonization. So those, and then recently, 2022, February, our minister launched the Hydrogen Society Roadmap, but shortly thereafter, you're seeing so many other policies in government coming out to create an enabling environment. So you had the Just Energy Transition Framework that went to Cabinet a few weeks ago. That was, I would say, championed by the Presidential Climate Commission. The Green Hydrogen Commercialization Strategy just went to Cabinet last week and has been released for public comment. And there's much effort around the South African Renewable Energy Master Plan process, which is really coming to the fore. So government is working really hard to make sure that enabling environment for the hydrogen economy is coming in play. And then if you look at the subcomponents of the Hydrogen Society Roadmap, I remember having this slide about 18 months ago. And at that point in time, we had very ambitious targets around the subcomponents of the Hydrogen Society Roadmap. And I'm so proud to say that today, when the minister launched the TVET study, that was the very last subcomponent that was completed. So, like I said, this journey, we've been on this journey for 2 years. And finally today, in partnership with Cheetah, we were able to finalize that goal in Western Cape. So we're hoping that the momentum will continue. And really, you're saying when you were talking about the work with the data centers and fuel cells, Google and Microsoft are looking for fuel cells for backup instead of diesel. We did a study with Limpopo Province to look at their Limpopo Science and Technology Park in 2021, and they're looking at the opportunities for fuel cells to power their data center in Limpopo Province, and other companies in South Africa looking at the same. With the Platinum Valley, I'm going to go into detail the work that we did with Anglo, Bambili, and Onji. And then, like I said, in terms of the review process, we're really on this journey because in 2019, we had an international panel that came in that reviewed the Hydrogen South Africa program after 10 years of implementation. And they said that, look, guys, you guys have spent about R1 billion now. Your money will go down the drain if there's not an overarching framework for South Africa. So that's why we embarked upon a process to actually develop a Hydrogen Society Roadmap. And then Coal Seal to the X program is looking at taking flue gas, which is made up of SOx's, NOx's, particulate matter. So I apologize for those who I'm talking to these chemicals, but really this can be used with green hydrogen, green ammonia to actually produce carbon lean products for sale to market, so sulfuric acid, fertilizer salts, and so forth. Now, in terms of the high-level outcomes, I'm going to go quickly, is 6 high-level outcomes. And really, this is because hydrogen is a very flexible molecule. You can use it in power sector. You can use it in transport sector for heavy-duty trucks, rail, road. You can use it in energy-intensive sectors. So we're looking at iron and steel as probably the key sector where we're going to probably start the journey on hydrogen because of the number of jobs that can come out. But really, the export of hydrogen and its derivatives, as well as products, components, is really where we're going to make the most jobs in the economy. Okay, so this just is, like, I would say, a high-level milestones of, in one picture, the growth that we're expecting to see over time. We're going to start off very small with 1 megawatt within the next 2-3 years, but moving towards, gigawatt scale deployments over time. And I think really today's journey is really telling us that over the next, and I think when it comes to the journey for training, we need to stop talking in years. We actually need to start talking in months. Because what will happen is, if we don't get ourselves in order as a sector, youth will not get jobs. And they're already impatient with us as we speak. And I think that when we do the work that we do, we need to do pilots. So we did training of, I think, 38 unemployed graduates in the height of COVID. At least 4 of them got taken up by SMEs, like by Bambili, after their training. And these students, I went to the graduation in 2021. These students were brilliant. The way they spoke about fuel cells, even the Train the Trainers program. Some of the first students that we trained under the 6 weeks, for a 6-week training program, again, at the height of COVID, have been training further students post them. So it is possible to reskill and upskill students and so forth. I think in terms of the jobs, and I think you've seen this, hopefully you were here earlier today when Saya presented. So this is basically economic modeling. Like I said, this is projections, but the modeling assumptions which are used are based on investment decisions around future deployments of steel, iron and steel, future deployments of mining and so forth. So it's very technical. So it's not just thumb sucking. It's looking at the possibilities based on input and output flows, social accounting matrices, and so forth. Very, very complicated, but I think very robust modeling. So the question, if we pause here, is we've spoken about the unemployment rates in this country. We've spoken about the opportunities across the whole value chain. And I would say that I have 2 loves. It's hydrogen and TVETs. And I'll tell you why, because if you look at the TVET graduates, which is what we call trade schools back in the day, most of us have been touched by someone who has a degree, like an artisan, a technician. My father was a mechanic, right? So I have a PhD in mathematics, but I would not be where I am today without a man who had a mechanics background. So most of us have been either educated, taken care of, or supported by someone with that background. So for me, this was very personal and close to me to ensure that as we make this transition, everyone is brought along. And I think in terms of ensuring that those artisans and technicians can add value is by making sure they understand that they do have a key role to play. And then we've proven that they can play the role because we did training during COVID. So we went from pilot training 38 to then justifying that we don't need just 38, we need over the next 20 years, 500,000 over the next 20 years, and then this is what we need. So we're going from action to, I would say from aspiration to action, do small and through the technology, and through the studies, which are important to understand that we do have a demand. So now I'm going to get to the infrastructure, right? So the question was, what were the investment decisions required, right? So before you start with new infrastructure, sometimes you have to start with what you have at hand. So South Africa is particularly gifted with, like I said, we have the coast. We actually had quite a few industrial facilities. But the challenge, as we all know, is either the electricity price went up or it was intermittent. So you have quite a few industrial facilities which are currently in place. So if you're looking at the Saldanha area, just look at the iron and steel sector. You have Saldanha, you have Newcastle, you have Vanderbilt Park, where it had existing steel facilities, and those, if we are able to revive them by starting to produce green steel, would probably be our first call of action or first areas of focus if we're going to increase jobs in this country. And then if you look at Bugabai, which is, I'm not sure if you guys were here at the Green Hydrogen Summit last week, but I know there was a tour at Bugabai, which is looking at taking really an existing SEZ. So it's not like, again, we're starting from scratch. We have an existing SEZ, which is just increasing scope to include green hydrogen, green ammonia. Sasolburg, they're looking to convert from gray to green, And like I said, it's not a small deal that we produce 1% of the global green hydrogen production, which means we have the skills, we have the existing infrastructure, and really, color doesn't matter. I mean, the pipeline doesn't know if it's gray or green, right? Only the person who certifies it knows it's gray versus green. So we have existing capabilities and skills. And then again, looking at the Prieska complex, again in Northern Cape, I love this project. It's Black women are in charge there. So you know it's gonna happen, right? So I think, again, other opportunities for green hydrogen, green ammonia production, and the colleagues who are involved in that project are already fully involved in renewable energy IPP program. So they have that experience on the upstream renewable power generation, and they're just going to take that existing capabilities and extend them to add green hydrogen, green ammonia. So hopefully you're seeing that this is not pie in the sky. This is today, guys. It's possible, and it's based on skills and so forth. And then, of course, Richards Bay and Kuha. I mean, if you're going east, Kuha and Richards Bay are probably your best bets for selling. And then in terms of catalytic projects, the first 4 catalytic projects that we communicated in the Hydrogen Society Roadmap, again, was the Coal CO2X program. And I'm proud to say that we're going to have the very first demonstration in January of 2023. So we have a very excited team that is working really hard to capture the flue gas, measure it, and see how bankable the project could be. So the question isn't if we can do it. The question is, if we do it, how much money we're going to make, right? So I think that is a game changer in terms of saying that the Mpumalanga area could actually be an active part of the transition. And one of the wonderful things around capturing flue gas is you provide sulfuric acid. So I was really excited when the colleagues were talking to the construction CETA team, because in construction you use, and mining you use explosives. Sulfuric acid is also an input. So in Mpumalanga area could become a net producer of sulfuric acid, and we're at this point in time importing a lot of sulfuric acid into South Africa. But at the same time that you are, making money, you can actually start improving lives, because you're going to be capturing flue gas to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions and pollutant emissions in that part of the country. The Platinum Valley, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but really, we can actually make between 3.9 and just under 9 billion GDP contribution by 2050. And this is based on a 1.2 billion rand investment by private sector. We're doing studies to show how bankable these projects would be, and we actually know the inflection points that you need in terms of the penetration of technologies in the 9 catalytic projects that could create bankability. And we're looking as government to understand what are the required subsidies required to get private sector to make a decision. And then, as spoken about the Bugabai project, green ammonia, green hydrogen, and then the Sustainable Aviation Fuels Program. I mean, whenever the price of the Brent crude goes up, I'm quite sure that Sasol gets very excited, because that means that their projects become much more bankable, much more effective. And with the challenges that we're having, or the conflicts globally, I think many companies are becoming very open to using sustainable aviation fuels versus the conventional ones that we have out there. And then I just want to go into the Hydrogen Valley idea. I know we've been speaking about this, but I wanted to kind of take a pause as to why we, as a Department of Science and Innovation, in partnership with Bambili and Ongi and Anglo, really took this journey. So really, a Hydrogen Valley offers many benefits, right? So I think if you spoke to the colleagues from the EU, they said there's about 30, just over 30 valleys globally, and they're looking to grow this to 100, I think, over the next couple of years. One of the main issues with making investments in the energy sector is that most investments in the energy sector have 20 to 30, if not longer, lifespans, right? So when you make an investment, you're not going to make your investment back unless you have either production or movement of commodities. So an important way of future-proofing investments is a valley. So you create hubs where you're going to have a very specific demand being aggregated. Second, de-risking investments. So by diversifying uses of hydrogen, you're going to have use of hydrogen in the building sector, in the mobility sector, in the chemical sector, again, massifying demand, and again, de-risking investments. Ensuring long-term commitments across stakeholders. So when we did the Hydrogen Valley report, one of the key things we did is we engaged with stakeholders. So I think we had probably close to 40 stakeholders in private and public sector that we had discussions with to understand what the demand for hydrogen would be. And really across all these discussions, we get an aggregation of demand with modeling, and we actually chose the hubs based on an analysis of what the demand would be. Again, this is in terms of creating commitment across different stakeholders. And because we, as a DSI, were involved, people gave trust to us to give us information that they wouldn't have necessarily given to their competitors. And then last but not least, building on existing funding opportunities. So in the existing hub, the Makalakona mine, you probably, when Famida was mentioning earlier, they have already made investments in the mining haul truck in Makalakona. So they actually are producing green hydrogen as we speak. But really, we're looking at how do we use that existing green hydrogen and use it in demand across the valley. But also as a DSI, we are working with the United Nations Industrial Development Organization to try to find funding opportunities for private sector to create blended finance. So this is one thing that's important for government. Government can apply for certain funds that private sector can't apply for. So by putting this information together, it allows us to kind of champion for private sector to get funds, especially if you're located in the valley. Now, in terms of the valley, there's 9 catalytic projects that are some in mobility, some in industry, and some in building. So the key projects are buses in the metros, which are located in Johannesburg, Pretoria, and Durban, mining trucks, also heavy-duty forklifts in the Rustenburg area, as well as Richards Bay, and then looking at heavy-duty trucks with refilling stations along the 838-kilometer path. When it comes to industry, we're looking at ethylene and ammonia production in Sasolburg as low-hanging fruit. And then last but not least, when it comes to buildings, there's 2 existing projects. One, again, the data center at Limpopo Science and Technology Park will be powered by fuel cells, and then Anglo-American has corporate offices in Rustenburg, which will be powered by fuel cells. So these projects are not years away, but, are not decades away. They're going to probably be done within the next 2 to 3 years. And feasibility studies and TORs are at a very advanced stage. And then again, just at a high level, in this valley currently, between 40 and 80% of the country's domestic demand for hydrogen will be yielded. So I think this is a key opportunity, and really in terms of the amount of benefit. One of the other benefits of aggregating the demand is the levelized cost of hydrogen. So we know it's sitting at around $6 per kilogram, and we know that it's going to be reduced to possibly just below $4 per kilogram by 2030. So I'm seeing my program director is saying I'm running out of time, which is fine. So I think I'm going to end here. So I think I've given you at a high level the catalytic projects. From the catalytic projects, I've drilled down into 1 or 2 of them where we've done some analysis in partnership with private sector that this is possible within the 2 to 3 years, and also from a bankability point of view, these things are possible. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Maserumule. I think we in skills development can never talk about development at the expense about economic growth at the expense of development. So your presentation really has shown some of the benefits that can be achieved through these bankable projects, but I think more especially around the development of people. So thank you for that. Ladies and gentlemen, I have maybe 5 minutes that I can allow for questions before we have a short break for tea. By show of hands, can I get those questions for Dr. Masarumul? Thank you, thank you, Doctor. The presentation was, oh, there is one question. If you could please introduce yourself, Doc, and then ask the question.
Thank you. This is Banotile Makubela. I'm from the Chemical CETA. I was very interested in one of your catalytic projects, and this is just purely from an interest point of view. So you mentioned projects on capture of some emissions from power stations. I do understand that there's quite a lot of technology that exists already on the market out there for capturing, quite very expensive technology, particularly for sulfur. And so does this project involve that existing technology, or is it from developing your own technologies? And just in general, I mean, the largest producer of a bulk chemical like that, sulfuric acid, would be BASF. Is there interest from that viewpoint? The reason why I ask is BASF is interested in developing local production instead of always importing chemicals into the African market. And so that's an area that you could also perhaps maybe explore as part of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Makubela. Yes, Doc, you can respond. There isn't...
Okay. No, thank you so much for your question. You know, there's innovation which is new in world, new in South Africa. So this is new in South Africa. So the technology has been successfully deployed, I think, in Europe, US, and we're looking to deploy it in South Africa successfully. So we are, and that's in part why we're able to get the project on the ground. We started this project about 24 months ago, and you know, in response to the challenges we're facing. So we are, we have a partnership. It's a project where it's being co-funded by South Africa and Germany. We're both, I think Germany's giving 50 million, we're giving about 60 million. And then we have private sector, 2 private sector partners in Germany, 3 private sector partners here in South Africa, and we have universities as well. And the private sector partners, we have PPC Cement, they have the flue gas. We also have Omnia, which is a fertilizer producing company. We have a engineering, APCM, which is a company that does project management and so forth. They have they have rights to the local IP for the technology. So it's really helping us as SME being able to meet the local needs of the market. And then they've actually been doing training for us of students that you probably need in the system. And if the project becomes bankable, we're going to actually, and we're also getting IP from UCT to actually produce diesel, 0 ppm diesel from the products coming out. So it's almost like the whole integrated system. So the technology has been used before, but never in the systematic approach we're using it, and not in a continuous basis. And the proof in the pudding is, can this thing become bankable? What is the tipping point for bankability? What are the volumes? And also at the same time, are we cleaning, does the potential to clean the air, is it there? Are we getting 99% of the CO2 out of the air? And then if it becomes bankable, we're gonna see uptake by, I mean, we have a consortium that includes other flue gas providers like SAPI and so forth. It's like a huge project. But we'll be in touch though, definitely.
Thank you, Doc, for Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to please allow a tea break. I don't think we can continue without a bit of a leg stretch and some caffeine so that we can finish the session. So I'll allow a 10-minute tea break, coffee break. It's just served outside. Then we'll come back at 25 to 3. Thank you. esteemed speakers. I did make an announcement earlier that we have compiled together a booklet that outlines all the speaker profiles. It was really not to take away from any of their great and wonderful achievements, but to save us on time. It will be available on our website that we've developed so that you can continue to get acquainted with our honored and esteemed speakers. So if I could please request Prof. Lwazi to ascend the podium so that he can then take us through the next presentation.
Which one's which? Is that forward? Okay, cool. Thanks, Program Director. Firstly, let me say good afternoon to all the colleagues. I will not mention anybody by name. I will just simply say all protocol observed. So mine is actually going to be very, very short. So I thought, today, let me just quickly speak to policy, because I feel, as a country generally, we have a tendency to operate in silos. And I think this is one of those instances where we have to do our very best to avoid that. We have to make sure that there's clear policy alignment in all the areas, really, that the hydrogen economy touches. The CEO already spoke to the future skills, and in fact, I would say current skills that are needed by the sector. Dr. Masiromule also touched quite a bit on policy, but also touched on the stakeholders that have been involved, in drafting the roadmap. So they've actually done my job for me, quite frankly. So I'm going to be very, very brief and just touch on some of the areas that I think are important to highlight. I won't necessarily be providing solutions, but what I'm hoping you'll take away from here is just to plant a seed and for you to start thinking about just the enormity of the work that needs to be done to make sure that we get this right. Because I do think that the hydrogen economy is a great opportunity for economic growth for the country, but I also think it's a great opportunity for skills development to make sure that we can empower young people, we empower women, who really are the drivers of this economy. But first and foremost, I think for me, when I was thinking about this talk was, so we speak about green hydrogen, and we speak about the hydrogen economy, but what really is it for us as a country? What is green hydrogen to us? And I ask that because I think it has big implications in terms of our policy direction as a country. So do we view it as a chemical feedstock? Or do we simply view it as an energy carrier? Or is it both? And I think that that's really important because how we draft an integrated energy policy for the country, for example, which hopefully at some point we will have. It's long been in the making, but for reasons unknown, it just can't pass through. But if we draft an integrated energy policy, we can't do it without considering hydrogen. But also, if we simply view hydrogen as a chemical feedstock to all the different industries that were already mentioned, it's very easy for us to then leave it outside of our integrated energy plan. And I think that would be a very, very big mistake. Secondly, to build a hydrogen economy, what do we need? Skills. Mr. Pillay already covered, the importance of skills, and the report has already covered what skills are needed. But are we actually developing those skills right now? Who are we partnering with to develop those skills? It's good that we've now identified them, but we need to make sure that we develop the skills and we don't only start at reskilling. You know, there's a great value to be had, I suppose, from reskilling existing, professionals in the space. But I think we really need to start at the grassroots level to develop these skills. We've identified them, but we need to start early. We need learners to start taking career paths that are going to enable this hydrogen economy, because without that, we don't have a hydrogen economy. Of course, we can always import those skills, but that will come at a premium. And those skills go, for me, hand in hand with intellectual property development as well. It's not simply enough to train somebody and get them certified, perhaps as a specific type of welder or whatever. But we need to make sure we develop the intellectual property. So the investment in R&D is going to be quite critical. And I'm talking about the entire value chain of the hydrogen economy. We need water. Now, South Africa is a water-scarce country. We all know this. So where's this water going to come from? In all likelihood, this water has to come from seawater desalination. We need electricity. This is why planning a hydrogen economy has to go hand in hand with both our integrated resource plan, but also with the integrated energy plan. It cannot be done in isolation. Transport, this has been mentioned already, whether it's road, rail, or maritime. But also, very importantly, we need markets. Now, as things stand, we don't actually have a hydrogen market, if we are to be honest. There's a lot of promise, and that's all wonderful, but we need to develop these markets. We need professionals who are going to develop these markets. So is our basic education system geared up for this? Is our higher education system geared up for this? Our TVETs geared up to help us set up these markets? And this is probably my last slide, actually, but I want to spend a couple of minutes on this. I've already mentioned that we need basic education to be involved. So where do our policies lie for a green hydrogen economy? Are they with DBE? Are they with the Department of Higher Education and Training? Are they with DSI? It's one thing for DSI to put in money and develop technology, whether it be fuel cells or the capture of SO2s and SOxes and NOxes and all of that, and we produce ammonia and other products. Do our policies lie with the Department of Water and Sanitation? I've mentioned that we're going to need water, and South Africa being a water-scarce country, we cannot plan outside of that department. DTIC, do they have frameworks that are enabling for SMMEs in the hydrogen economy to thrive, to get funding? Does our IPEP, for example, speak to the hydrogen economy? The last iteration of IPEP I saw is quite a few years old now. Perhaps there's a new one that I haven't seen, but it doesn't account for this. The MRE, I've spoken about the integrated resource plan. I've spoken about the need for an integrated energy plan. So as we plan for a hydrogen economy and as we grow a hydrogen economy, we need to make sure those policies are aligned. Otherwise, we're going to have a situation where things are being developed in isolation, and, for example, we're not able to feed any of the renewable energy onto the grid, as an example. Employment and labor. That's a very, very important department, because we've got some skills locally, as mentioned, but in the short term, we're most likely going to have to import a number of skills. Now, do their policy enable or make it easy for professionals from outside to come into the country and exchange skills, experience? Home affairs. I mean, how easy is it to get somebody employed in South Africa when one can easily say, no, but we've got chemical engineers in this country who can do this. We've got mechanical engineers, we've got electrical engineers. So how easy is it going to be? Now, all of these departments need to speak to each other. All their policies need to be aligned. Perhaps this is where the National Planning Commission should actually be taking charge, making sure that all the stakeholders, all the overlaps are covered in our policies. So for me, I really wanted to just give you that food for thought, really, to say there's a lot of work that still needs to be done to make sure that we are able to get the, 3.5–4% addition to our GDP through this industry. And that's a great deal. That is no small feat, but we need to make sure that all our policies are aligned and they're enabling of each other. You know, I was speaking just now about Department of Higher Education and Training when it comes to skill. Our curriculums, have we designed them correctly at a higher education level, at a high school level, at the TVET level? I see there's a report on the TVET sector, and that's fantastic. I haven't read the report yet, but it'd be interesting to see what the details in that report. But I really do think that there's a lot of work that needs to be done. We need to make sure that we've set up this economy for success and not set it up for failure. DSI has invested over R1 billion already. That's not a small change in this country. That's a lot of money. And we need to make sure that we're able to leverage off of that. We need to make sure that the intellectual property remains in this country and we're able to exploit it. And that needs for DTIC to be involved. We need to make sure that SARS is on board. Our tax policies are in line and enabling for us to be able to export, but also to be able to import what we need. And very importantly as well, with speed, because we can talk about doing many, many things. We need gigawatt scale kind of electrolyzers in this country. Can we actually import those electrolyzers? Never mind the supply chains globally, where we might very well be right at the back of the queue because everybody's scrambling over the same limited resources. But once we've got to the front of the queue, can we get them into the country and quickly? Do we have our trade partnerships set up such that we can actually get in front of the queue to enable this economy to take off quickly? With that, I think I'm going to say thank you.
Thank you, Professor Bevana, for depositing some of those key policy considerations that needs to be reflected and engaged with to deliver about the green economy. If I could perhaps kickstart the questions, and then ask you which one do you think is most pressing, you know, to start with, to deliver about the hydrogen economy.
Oh, okay. For me, I think the issue of skills is a burning issue. We've got lots of graduates in this country who are unemployed. And I think that is mainly because we haven't aligned, you know, those skills that they've acquired at university, at TVET college level, to what's needed in the market. And I think that, you know, with the hydrogen economy, we need to make sure that we've aligned those. So the curriculums in the TVETs have to be on point. The curriculums in the high schools have to be aligned such that they can get onto the TVETs, they can get onto the universities. But also within the universities, the chemical engineering curriculum needs to evolve very quickly. The mechanical engineering curriculum needs to evolve very quickly, so that, you know, our graduate engineers are ready to get into the market and make a difference in the economy.
Thank you for that. There is a show of hands. If we could maybe take the mic to Mr. Vijay at the back.
Thank you. My name is Vijay Naidu from the Quality Council for Trades and Occupations. Thank you, Prof, for those provoking questions. But, you know, being a bureaucrat for almost 30 odd years myself, I've come to the point where I always ask the question. So I don't know whether it's a question or a comment that I'm actually making. Whether policy always trumps practice. We're a country that has enough policies, or we continue to develop policies. We know we're the worst at the implementation of those. If we were implementing the policies that we already had, we probably would be far ahead of where we find ourselves in. So I'm wondering, at what stage do we get to a point where practice involves, practice impacts policy? Because again, we can beat this whole policy thing, you know, to death, and it's going to take us a good number of years. We know the policy process, and we certainly don't have that time. So I don't know whether that is actually a question or a comment. I also want to comment on your comments around the curriculum, and the issue, you know, TVETs. And unfortunately, we kind of use the term TVETs quite loosely when we speak about skills development. And I think we have to understand the history of where our TVETs come in. So, yeah, we may adjust the curriculum, and we can do it as quickly as possible, and that's certainly what the QCTO is all about, developing the skills. But certainly the biggest challenge we face is the resource that these institutions at TVET colleges. When I talk about research, the capacity, I'm not only talking financial, I'm talking more about human capacity, lecturer capacity. And I think that's the biggest elephant in the room that we're sitting in order to get such an hydrogen economy going. So I think we need to stop talking about institutions in isolation and see how we leverage of institutions, partnerships between universities and TVET colleges, etc., so that we can really turn these to be institutions of choice. And if we don't do that, we're going to find the division between public and private becoming that much more larger. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Naidu.
If I can quickly comment on the 2 points you've made. Of course, you're absolutely spot on, you know, we can beat the policy horse really until it's dead, and we're very good at developing policies, but we're just not implementing. I think for me, the point is, firstly, let's make sure that the existing policies, or we adapt existing policies to make sure that they're aligned. Because if the one is, let's for argument's sake say, we're able to get in front of the queue in getting, let's say, electrolyzers into this country, we're able to develop water desalination industry quickly. But if we can't get the people with the skills today into the country, then, we're dead in the water. So I think for me, the important thing is to adapt the existing policies and make sure that they're aligned. So for me, I think that will get us into the implementation, much better than we're currently doing. And then in the issue of TVETs and alignment, or rather collaborations, in fact, thanks to the support of Cheetah, the Wits Business School, currently we are working on a program right now. We're looking to develop training for TVET lecturers, where they're going to be accredited by a TVET and to make sure that they are able to actually deliver, and they are qualified themselves to teach currently at TVET. So we are working on a TVET program as we speak. So I'm hoping that within the next few months we'll be able to announce the first set of training, because as you'll understand, it takes some time even for ourselves to get DHET to accredit new programs and all of that, but this is something that's actually in the works.
Thank you, Prof. There is another hand at the back, the lady in the black dress.
Thank you, Program Director, and thank you to you, Prof. Ngubevane. It was just a thought that came to my mind that today the most used words was skills and TVET colleges. And it just dawned on me that in the same way that grid-tied electricity is seen as the aspirational standard in many countries, including South Africa, traditional universities are also seen in that same light. So if you think about universities such as your UCT, UWC, UJ, UP, grade 10 and up to grade 12 learners, when they're thinking about where they're going to next, number one on their criteria of where to land is at those traditional universities. So there is some sort of a mindset shift, some form of re-education and unlearning that still needs to go into positioning TVET colleges as equally good as these traditional universities that many of our young and upcoming learners aspire to go to. When you think about a TVET college in South Africa, people are thinking, it's the last resort. It's not the first place I'm going to go to when I'm thinking about where to go to for higher education learning. So and I mention it because, like I was saying, this is one of the words that have been thrown around today. We can quite see that TVET colleges are going to be pivotal to South Africa's green hydrogen economy and the reindustrialization of South Africa towards a green economy. So I just wanted to throw that into the room.
Thank you. I think as a seater and as part of the 21 seaters, TVET college capacitation remains a very important and a core mandate. The launch of the TVET study and the presentation of some of its findings, I think also a confirmation of how focused the department as well as the seaters are in ensuring that the TVET college also become part of this skills development revolution that is required to bring about. So we've noted those points and would want to confirm that we are not leaving anybody behind, particularly the TVET college sector. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is from the University of Namibia. When we were conceptualizing the skills discussion, it was very important for us to have a regional focus. So to that end, and following some of the experiences shared from the West, as Europe, countries like Netherlands and Germany around the green hydrogen economy, it was very important for us that we then have a skills that is focused on regional integration. And we had then wanted to get people who have been leading voices in the space of the hydrogen economy in the region to then come and speak to us around some of the developments. So our next speaker is Professor Anisha Peters, as I've indicated, from the University of Namibia. She is the Pro-Vice Chancellor for Research, Innovation and Development at the said university. She's the former chairperson of the Namibia Presidential Task Team on 4IR and a co-establisher of the Namibia Green Hydrogen Research Institute, hosted at the University of Namibia. And we would like her to please share with us some of the Namibian experiences around the opportunities as well as challenges around the green hydrogen economy, but also very importantly, some of the skills implications that are emanating from that.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's quite a pleasure to be here, and thank you so much for extending the invitation to me. Although when she introduced me initially, I almost thought my name was James, because James Manupe is actually our presidential advisor on economics, but also our green hydrogen commissioner, and I'm kind of like used to him being introduced as a leading voice. Nonetheless, before we get into the sort of the nitty-gritties of what we've done and the challenges and where we are at, allow me to capture very briefly sort of Namibia's journey in, I'll try to do some highlights. So at the end of 2020, we were reviewing our Harambee Prosperity Plan 2, which is essentially the plan with all of the projects in it, about 192 projects in it, that's derived from our National Development Plan. And within that came up then the blue and the green economy. And blue economy is the kelp farming activities that's taking place in Namibia. So as a university, we were thinking, okay, we're checking that box. And then green hydrogen and green ammonia came up as one of the strategic projects. Along with that was also a 4IR presidential task force, which was to be established. And that was actually seen as a complementary engine of growth to the green hydrogen economy. So that's sort of how those two tie together. Then early on, we started looking at, okay, so how do we grow this, who do we need, etc. And initially, on the skills and R&D side, sort of our government team had been looking at all other countries except in Namibia, at our local universities. So we got data in from the US, we got R&D in from Australia, etc. And then eventually they came to us and said, hang on, we also have our universities. So this is then how we started on the R&D discussions, because it was a neglected area, and we started also on what is needed for this. And then that's then where the skills discussions come up. Now, Namibia is developing 3 hydrogen valleys. The first 2 are being developed. And what we're doing is we are desalinating water. So that's where we get our water resources from. And we are then using wind and solar in one of the hydrogen valleys. In the Erongo region, it's only solar. A little bit of wind inland as well. And then, of course, we plan to export it as ammonia, as green ammonia. So that's sort of what we're planning on doing. Then after that, we were looking at all of the plans, and we were working quite closely with setting up the Namibia Green Hydrogen Council, which is a council of ministers, and they still meet after all of this time every second week. And then they look at the strategy and strategic frameworks for Namibia on how we're going along. The go-between for us is then the Presidential Advisor and Green Hydrogen Commissioner that I mentioned just now, James Manupe. And from there onwards, we then filter it down. So I was appointed as the chair of the Presidential Task Force on 4IR, and in that role, I also then served on the Technical Committee for Green Hydrogen, and currently I'm serving as one of the governmental negotiators on green hydrogen, particularly on the social, economic, and development streams, which look at skills in particular. We've developed a green hydrogen strategy, and the roadmap is following. And then we are also currently developing the skills strategy. There's a number of agreements with the EU, with Belgium, with the Dutch, with the Germans that had been signed. We've only unlocked about 11 billion versus South Africa's 101 billion that you've unlocked, but you're a much bigger country than ours. But yeah, so that's sort of foreign direct investments that we've unlocked. Okay, so let me get to where we are supposed to be now on what I want to speak to. So towards the end of 2021, September to be precise, we at the university, and this is as a national institute, so both universities are partaking in this, we set up the Namibia Green Hydrogen Research Institute with a goal to sort of do the R&D, but do it locally. In other words, don't get all of the data that should inform our policies and everything else from elsewhere. And then also provides for exchange of expertise, and then upskill and reskill Namibians across all stratum. And then all of the pilot projects providing the R&D on that. Now, the skills discussion that you just had, you know, the nexus with the universities and the TVETs, that's precisely what we're having, and it felt for a moment as if I was in a room back in Namibia where these discussions are coming up. And then, of course, on staffing, we have over 70 staff members from the University of Namibia, and then we have about 8 from the other public university at the moment in the institute, but we have many other exchange researchers and students coming, especially from Europe, into the institute and going out of the institute. So I'll speak to what we're doing right now, because we're sending quite a lot of people for upskilling and reskilling, ordinary Namibian students as well as staff members. So this is what the institute looked like, and we really wanted to make sure that we are capturing the entire value chain of green hydrogen. So we set up 6 centers. The first center is for clean hydrogen production, emphasis on clean and not green. In there, we're looking at all of our projects on desalination, and as a university, we already have successful demonstration projects on desalination powered by solar, with water bottling plant attached to it. And then we also have experience with setting up wind turbines as demonstration projects. Then we're looking also at the electrolysis in there, so everything to do with production. The next center is for hydrogen storage, new materials, and delivery, and this is actually quite a key component for us, especially new materials, because where these plants are going up is not your traditional sort of areas. The area in the Sperrgebiet, which is in Ludritz, is sort of, it's 12 kilometers sort of inland that they're setting up, but it's highly saline environment. You're dealing with high winds, and then you're dealing with a lot of heat. It's extremely corrosive in nature. So already, even in the Irongo region, where we're setting up at Wolfish Bay, where there's a harbor there, some of our refueling stations, you have the same issues. So material science is actually, and testing is one of the key areas that we're looking at and in our R&D sort of focus areas for our pilot projects, that's key. And then, of course, I don't need to tell you that storage is one of our most important sort of areas that we need to look at. And as a university with 12 campuses, everyone specializing in different areas, we've already had our geosciences campus starting to look at, for instance, salt caverns, abandoned mines, etc. What can we use also for storage? And then the other one is, the other center is for hydrogen fuel cell technologies and mobility applications. And within that, we are very fortunate that we have about 6 academics who have all done their PhDs in Japan. And so we have quite a few ones with really good fuel cell technology expertise. And we've done quite a number of collaborations with universities and research institutes where we are sending our staff for upgrading and reskilling too. We've also partnered with some of these commercial entities like HDF Energy on looking, for instance, at thin films for fuel cells. Then we have a Center for Hydrogen Energy Use, Economics, Law, Environment and Society. As I said, we see it as a very holistic approach towards hydrogen. And in there, it's important for us, we always get this question, Namibia, are you only going to be an export country? Or are you also going to benefit locally from that? And for us, it's important that we look at what are the local use. For instance, the refueling stations that we're setting up, the engines that we're bringing in, the dual fuel engines for locomotives, for the tugboats, for the trucks, etc. It's important for us that we are also able to do those engine conversions locally within Namibia. And that's the skill that we're building at the university currently. But also looking at what else can we do? Like, for instance, using it as fertilizer. And in fact, one of our pilot projects is precisely looking at building a green hydrogen village within agriculture that can benefit from this green ammonia. And then, of course, impact on society, communities, environmental impact, that's very important. In one of our pilots, we have the chiefs who are actually, sitting down and planning with us as to how it should happen within their constituencies where we're setting up those plans. And then, of course, we have the capacity building competence and standards. And I'm a computer scientist, so, there has to be a center for digital and emerging technologies. But it's actually quite important. Like, we are rolling out an MSc in blockchain technology, and we've signed some agreements with some partners on building a verifiable record for tracking of green hydrogen. And we're using blockchain technologies for that. And actually, Siemens Energy South Africa is partnering with us on that as well, as a fun fact. But there's a whole lot. We have learning factories that we're setting up there, where we are testing all of the technologies in. And a lot of the problems that we currently have with the technologies, we can actually solve it with, like for instance, with AI. And then we're looking also at setting up green data centers, etc. So everything goes in there. So as you can see, we have a holistic approach, and it's not only academics working in there, it's private sector and it's government as well. That's why we work very closely with the presidential team and with the Hydrogen Council, and we basically follow each other. If they find somebody who's interested in R&D, they throw them to us. If we have somebody interested in pure investments, we throw them over to them. Okay, so this was just some of the research projects that we are doing. Now, how are we supporting basically our government in this green hydrogen economy? So first of all, we got 30 million euros for 4 pilot projects in Namibia, and the Research Institute, as well as the University of Namibia, is actually the R&D partner for all 4 of those projects. And they stretch from agriculture, port applications, logistics, with locomotives, and then also the refueling stations that we're setting up. We've gone into R&D partnerships, and we have active research ongoing with, for instance, institutions in Europe, United States, also here in South Africa. I've just come back from Egypt, and not only for COP, but I've also gone to some of the universities to conclude more partnerships. And we also have, for instance, the rock caverns and the salt caverns that I told you about. That work is actually being done with University of Edinburgh, who also has a green hydrogen energy center. Lots of collaboration with the Federal Institute for Materials Testing. And then, yeah, so we have a lot of them. And most of them are the big players in the Namibian market. Like, for instance, currently it's Hyphen, which is the preferred bidder. But Hyphen is a consortium between Enetrag and Nicolas Holdings here from South Africa. And then we have CMB Tech in Belgium, a very big player for us also in the academic space, a big player because they are busy taking our staff to be upskilled, but they're also taking some of our unemployed engineering graduate students, you know, those ones who finish their bachelor's and they're on the street. So that's what we're doing with them. We're sending them also off to apprenticeship and learnership programs. And then HDF Energy is another big player, and then our local Altavent List is another big player for us. Otherwise, we partner with the research institutes and universities. Early on in September 2021, when the COVID veil lifted a bit, we realized already that Namibia's story is not only Namibia's story, right? Namibia's story needs to be Southern Africa's story, needs to be Africa's story. Because you know what? If we're divided, we fall. But if we're united, we have more power, especially where we have to push for deals and make things happen, right? We have to safeguard ourselves and our continent. So this was the first country that we came to in September 2021, and we set up partnerships with, for instance, with Prof. Luwazi from WITS Business School, and then also with the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, Siemens Energy, RRS Investment, and we also got a seat on the CSIR Research and Development Advisory Board on Energy, and so on. But this is just a snippet of really what we're doing. We are also sort of making partnerships and sending students to Saratech, which is attached to CPUT, for instance. I think there are 6 students already there. And there are many other universities that we visited that I didn't mention on here. And what we're doing, you know what? It's not only about, yes, it's about skills, but it's not only about that. It's also about infrastructure. There's a lot of equipment. If we go to the research institutes across Europe, it's amazing. I mean, they have like such huge facilities with so much research equipment that we don't have, right? And this is one of the things that we're partnering on. But looking across South Africa as well, when I compare from what I've seen and experienced in Europe, South Africa has the same type of problem. Well, you're better off than Namibia, right? We're like really down there. But you need the same type of partnerships as what we need. You need to get equipment in as well. And for us, it was important to set up sharing agreements, you know, to share equipment where we cannot get equipment for, you know, every single university. Okay, so I've spoken a little bit about our R&D projects. Really is also our breeding ground and feeding sector for our skills development, right? Because this is every single student that we are sending off to go and study in Europe. We've opened up doctoral scholarships, we've opened up master scholarships. I think there are 97 master scholarships, 57, awarded. There are TVET scholarships awarded for apprenticeships all over Europe. But what we're doing with them is once they come back, we bind them, you know, at the research institute, and then they have to work in our in our pilot projects. And remember that many of these, the entities who are involved in the pilot projects are also the ones who are developing the commercial plants, so meaning that we're feeding them into that as well. So I've just said that Namibia has a green hydrogen, it's called Green Hydrogen for Youth Scholarship Program, that's run by SESCAL. We got 5 million euros from the German government to sort of set up the scholarships. We just had the first round that we've selected, about 97 in total, and it's masters and it's vocational training scholarships. We'll issue another call next year. We have doctoral placements, several across Europe, everywhere. And then we have these apprenticeship and learnership programs that we as a university have worked out ourselves, the curricula for that. Staff reskilling. There are a lot of new African partners coming on board, right? So Angola is coming on board with green hydrogen, Egypt, Morocco. You're seeing also, Uganda, etc. So there's a lot of them coming on board, but we've seen that VASCAL, which is, sorry, my time is up. VASCAL, which is the counterpart to SASCAL, has actually already developed for those universities in West Africa a master's degree in green hydrogen. So they've already done that, and their universities are offering it already. And that's what we need to do in Southern Africa. We need to set up our joint programs and roll it out across the region. Then we have new programs, both master's and PhD programs under development with partner institutions. An example is we had an MSc in renewable energy, and we've just added a third stream on hydrogen and synthetic fuels, in addition to renewable energy materials and photovoltaics that we already had in there. Then what we are doing as well is developing short courses. We're also careful about where do we play, in what space do we play, because we have the TVET space, right? And we as a university, we don't want to encroach in that TVET space, but you need to allow for articulation and for bridging, right? That is what we need to do. And one of the things that I'm advocating for is send your TVET trainers, first of all, for training. Send them before you start sending, you know, your grade 12s and your everyone else out for training, because they will come back and they will actually be, you know, the repeater stations for that. And that's how we're going to grow sort of the skills that we need. But we have already short courses like safety, handling, and storage of hydrogen. Now, I meant to start off this speech, and Madam Director, this is my last thought. I meant to start this off by saying, you know, when I walked in here, I felt like, oh my goodness, this is like a big family. Because last week at your President's Green Hydrogen Summit, I was also here, and I met so many of you there. Yeah, and then, and then I flew back to Namibia on Thursday, and a lot of you flew with me, you know, on the same plane, and we were all there because we had a master's class in green hydrogen, and we had speakers from around the world and participants from around the world. And so I met many of you then at the master's class on Friday, and we had this launch of one of our pilot projects. And then I'm coming back here, and I'm like, okay, I think we're family now, right? And some of you were probably with me at COP as well, right? Maybe? Anyways, so my final thought on this is that, oh yeah, and we had a career day for high schoolers in green hydrogen, so we also had speakers from everywhere. My thought on this is, if we really want to build, you know, forget about, yes, individual countries, we need to look out for our own, right? We need to develop our own skill sets, and we need to develop, you know, for our own country's prosperities. But we should also look at where are the complementary sort of activities that we can do within a region. Namibia and South Africa is building a corridor, right? So this is why we naturally work together. But let us look at what the other countries are also doing, because together we are stronger. And the skills, the Africa Free Trade Agreement with the free movement of skills need to become a reality. Because especially for academics, it becomes a very big problem if we do not have that free movement of skills between our countries. And this is the same. If we train skills for, at operator level, when those plants are built, then you have a pool of people who don't know what to do with themselves. You can then use them to, to go and develop something in another country. That's it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Anisha Peters. I think you touched on in your conclusion on a very important aspect of complementing each other. Our CEO always says that we want to collaborate and not compete, and I think it's critically important, particularly if you want to bring about regional and continental development of skills. It's very important that we do complement and collaborate with each other. Ladies and gentlemen, Prof has spoken around some of the great and wonderful things that they are doing in Namibia in collaboration with South Africa as well as other partners. I just wanted to see if there is any thoughts that you would want to deposit, comments, question before I take us to our last speaker. No. Prof. Peters, I think people are very excited, are very clear with what you have shared with us. Thank you very much for making the time for us. Colleagues, you would have noted with the presentation of Prof. Peters that they are working in partnership and in collaboration. And our last speaker is actually part of that collaboration that the Wits Business School and University of Namibia have. She is going to be bringing in the SMME experience around green hydrogen. Her name is Ms. Ipileng Silele. She's the Group CEO of RRS Trade and Investment. She's a qualified international strategist in cleaner energy, green hydrogen mobility, maritime, market expansion, and entry. She joins us virtually. Yes, I see she's already on the virtual podium. And without wasting much time, I would like to invite her to speak to us and really close the session in terms of what has been the SMME experience in the African region around hydrogen, green hydrogen economy. Ms. Silele.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Program Director. I hope I'm audible. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm very happy to be able to participate, although it is virtually, and I can see many of the people that we know. I'm actually looking at Patrick Lakabani from Saldanha. Hi, Patrick. And very excited to see my sister Anicia from Namibia, and I'm sure she can attest to the fact that we've come a long way. It's been a very long 2 years, lots of hard work, putting in a lot of hours, and I'm actually very humbled to also confess that I seem to be the common denominator who's been the South African entrepreneur that proactively assisted a lot of our Namibian colleagues, including James Mnupe, and bless his soul, I think he's in Qatar today. And I'm sure many of you would know James, the advisor to the President of Namibia. So I've been very instrumental from sharing a lot of insights, input, based on the background that I really have. And it's pleasing to see the results and the work that we've put in bearing fruits already. And of course, referring to Anicia herself. So as Ipileng Selele, as I've been introduced, I'm the co-founder of RRS Trade Investment. And at RRS, I think I've got my slides, and I'm not sure if the slides are being shown because I can't really see the screen. I hope that is being shown. Is the presentation being shown? Okay. No, okay, because it has to be shown.
Not yet, Ms. Lele. It is coming
Okay.
up.
Wonderful, wonderful. So whilst it's still coming up, maybe just to share a little bit of context and introduction. As I said, RRS is a Pan-African energy, ESG, digital technology, as well as maritime sector. So how we actually got into the energy space was that we come from the marine industry. And 18 years ago, I was fortunate and blessed enough to be able to be one of the team members or strategists, international strategists that put the South African maritime strategy together. And that was probably 18, 19 years ago. And obviously, when you understand the value chain of maritime, I hear a lot of people when they in the energy space, even in the mining sector, that they don't realize that without maritime, there's actually no green hydrogen and there's no energy either, because what goes in and out of the country, only through us, the maritime people, through the blue oceans economy, through our ports, we facilitate everything that tends to happen. And I'm sure most of you would have realized that a lot of green hydrogen projects tend to happen not too far from the ports.
Yes.
Now, coming from that, we then got involved in the LPG space.
Sorry
Yes, ma'am.
to interject. Being
Yeah.
asked for you to please project the presentation on your side.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Although I can't see it, I've got no control, so I can't see it.
To share from your laptop.
Yeah, I cannot see. I cannot see what you are projecting on the screen.
We are not projecting anything at the moment. We are showing your face, so we're asking you from your laptop to share the presentation. Then
Oh,
it
I
will
thought
be-
you. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But Lizzie has got my presentation, Madam Speaker. Just a sec.
Just a moment. Just a few minutes. Ms. Lily, it should be on right about now. Ipileng? Colleagues, can I quickly just request a 2-minute break so that we can sort Ms. Silela out? I do apologize for this break in transmission. Thank you. We are back from that technical issue. Our apologies for that. We unfortunately could not share on our side because Ms. Silele would not be able to see the slides. So we're just taking her through on sharing on her side so that she still maintains control of the presentation. She will be back on shortly, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello?
Okay, yes. We're
Okay.
able to see the screen and the presentation is showing.
Wonderful.
So you can
Thank
start anytime.
Okay, great. So I was still sharing the context, the introduction of RRS, and I was alluding to how we got into the green hydrogen space, but also the energy space at large. And maybe let me just move on to the context, Madam Speaker, because I think what we believe in at RRS is that the human capacity building or skills development within green hydrogen, for us to be able to support the decarbonization process and the just energy transition through the development of this new and exciting space, is that we will have to ensure that we see entrepreneurs emerging. And I'm going to call them green entrepreneurs, as well as a lot of SMMEs, women and the youth. And I'm going to say this because, as I was just, the way I started by saying, I have been the conduit or the glue to a lot of what people are seeing now. And for now, it's still a very lonely journey because I don't have many other entrepreneurs who are probably, doing similar things where we're proactive enough to say, yes, we're growing our businesses, but at the same time, we avail ourselves to be able to work alongside our colleagues, whether it's academia and whether it's the public sector. I think we are going to need very strong collaboration from all sides to be able to realize the objectives that we all are hoping for. Of course, it will differ from country to country. And I think our belief as well is that everything that we're going to do will be underpinned by disruptive, innovative technologies, practical industry knowledge and capacity building. And I have to share very practical examples in terms of what we have been experiencing to date, where, whilst theory is quite important, I think what's going to be crucial is that we have a lot of energy commercial or big conglomerates that are going to ensure that our up-and-coming SMMEs or entrepreneurs are given the space and a chance to be able to train within these big conglomerates. So I think we'll need a combination of theory and also practical knowledge, and hence the collaboration and also stakeholder management in ensuring that all those pieces do come together is going to be quite crucial. Because the last thing we want is to have typical technocrats that do not necessarily understand how to apply what they've learned from the universities. And I like what Anisia alluded to in terms of the artisans, because we do need many of the artisans. And I think most of us are aware of how Germany have been very good in ensuring that the artisans are also highlighted or either included and immersed in their economy to get to where they are today. Now, what we conceptualized at RRS Investment is what we call the Africa Center for Cleaner Energy. And for us, I guess maybe I have to also, confess that being an entrepreneur, although I come from the private sector, I just thought that if we do not ensure that we infuse entrepreneurs upfront, it's going to be a fruitless exercise. Because if we're saying green hydrogen is good, it's meant to industrialize, then we might as well ensure that industrialists are actually also grown, right? And those that are who are already good entrepreneurs can also sort of try and diversify their portfolios to get into the space. Now, the context, I think for me, is most of you are aware of South Africa's Just Energy Transition Investment Plan that Mr. Daniel Minele actually launched, obviously together with his team, spearheaded by our president at COP27, which is very exciting. And I urge all of you to actually go and read that document. And I think what I picked up from that document was that the dimensions that they seem to be focusing on, which are very important in terms of skills development that they've identified, is the reskilling and upskilling. And I think Anisi alluded to that, aligning the skills development system with the anticipated labor force needs of the future. Because I think sometimes the mistake that we make is that people are trained, but in most cases you'll find that they're not actually ready to be able to participate in projects, right, or to implement the project. So it has to be a targeted approach, and it has to be informed by these big projects that we're talking about. And hence, it can't be done at the end. It has to be done right at the beginning. And then ensuring foundational skills throughout the education system. And I think Anisia alluded to a lot of that with the high schoolers that they've been doing the master classes or masters for green hydrogen. So I think UNAM, they also tend to be touching on all the key things that we also think are very important. And then addressing gender inequality and social inclusion, in fact, not exclusion, is going to be very important. Now, for us, we're saying to ourselves, as entrepreneurs, there's a problem statement. And I mean, if we can't define our problem statement, we are dead in the water. What exactly are we trying to address? So what is the gut? What is this thing that keeps us awake at night? And what really keeps us awake at night is this high unemployment rate. And I think Namibia also share a very similar sentiment, right? We all have similar percentages in terms of high unemployment rate. So this is our program statement, ladies and gentlemen, where we're saying everything that we do, we've got to keep asking ourselves, these things that we're doing in these initiatives, how are they ensuring or are going to help us to actually address this high unemployment rate? And also shortage of technical skills. I think we do need that. And I think what we have noticed, I mean, if you look at ESCOM as an example, we have a lot of veterans and very old engineers, and they've done brilliantly well. And again, God bless their souls. But what I find is that like intentional or deliberate transfer of skills from the veterans to the up-and-coming leaders, I'm not sure if there's a deliberate move there. So I think even that, it's a gap that we need to fill, to also say, those who are sitting with, IP, can they transfer that onto the younger ones? And also embrace young and up-and-coming people, because I think sometimes what you also find in corporate and in business, you find sometimes people who are much older, they don't tend to embrace our youth. I think it's important that we have a culture of embracing our youth and being intentional to take them with us wherever we go. So that's quite important. So capacitating our SMEs and entrepreneurs, as I said, with practical knowledge is also quite important for them to meaningfully participate in the green energy sector. And then also, we're saying part of repurposing, we have to ensure that SMEs or entrepreneurs that are also in fossil fuel sector, they are given the opportunity to be reskilled and repurposed to avoid redundancy. So again, as a country, if we look at what's happening in Komati, the question then is, which I posed, and I'm yet to find answers, is there a deliberate move? I mean, I know at ESCOM they do have an academy, right? So, and I'll use very practical examples because green hydrogen is so new. We don't have a green hydrogen academy. So we can also learn from how we are conducting ourselves with regards to other energy sources and the big companies that are actually responsible for this. So if you're looking at what's happening in Komati, the question then is there an intention to be able to develop our skills, and also an intention to be able to ensure that that reskilling and repurposing is actually part of the journey from the very beginning, not later on. And then the other key thing is to support the just transition and the global fight towards the impact of climate change is also quite crucial. And I think all of us can see that it's here to stay. And those of you who were in Joburg or have families in Joburg, I'm sure you'll hear what happened yesterday and also what happened in KZN, in Durban. So climate change is here to stay. Now, the key question also is we're saying, whilst we have this problem statement, which we all understand in terms of also trying to address our socioeconomic imperatives, what will it really take? And in my view, what it will take, as I said, it's going to be overcoming the challenges to scaling green hydrogen. And to be able to overcome the challenges, I mean, they always say, if you really want to go somewhere, you can go alone. But if you really want to go far, you'll have to collaborate with others to get far, right? So overcoming the challenges, I believe that because the green hydrogen value chain is so complex and it requires the support of many parties. And ladies and gentlemen, I mean, I see this all the time. Coming from the maritime sector, I ask myself sometimes when I listen to our green hydrogen colleagues, in most cases, and I'm glad Anicia actually touched on the blue economy, what has been missing all along for me in the green hydrogen spectrum was actually the blue economy and the maritime sector. Because as I said, it carries more than 90 to 95% of our global trade. That's number one. We do know that shipping plays quite an important role when it comes to mobility, right, in terms of green fuels. Now, I think what's going to be important is we are going to need to work on either an awareness program to educate most of our key stakeholders, both from business as well as other key stakeholders, to ensure that we all sing from the same hymn sheet. But also our stories have got to be well integrated because, again, green hydrogen value chain does require all those pieces of the puzzle. Now, overcoming the challenges is, in my view, trying to get all those key stakeholders together. So industry, private sector, they do have a big role to play. And I used an example of how can they ensure that the up and coming entrepreneurs, SMEs, are also given a chance to be able to get proper training and very relevant and compelling training. Of course, our public sector plays a huge role. And in fact, I have to use Minister Blakely Nzimande as a very good example because he happens to be our previous Minister of Transport, and I'm the Vice President of Women in Maritime, continentally endorsed by the African Union. And I have to really give it to the Minister to say he was extremely supportive towards women in maritime, and the ability of how the Minister can actually switch from maritime to now a higher education and science and technology is actually impressive. So we need more of that, where the manner in which we think, we have to be able to ensure that we're in tune with the landscape that is so changing. It's changing so fast. And also if you look at our geopolitics, we do need leaders as well as, even from the private sector and entrepreneurs, we really need people who are fluid and can also think a little bit outside the box, outside our professions. So I used an example of government. Investors are going to be quite important, and I think we're starting to see that if we see what the president has done with his team in Cape Town last week. I happened to be there. And also our citizens and NGOs and consumers are also going to add a very important value in what we're trying to achieve. Now, I've added entrepreneurs. Again, as I say, I'm biased because I'm an entrepreneur, and I find that sometimes when I look at the conversations and dialogue that is taking place, entrepreneurs are missing. So we would probably have to find a way of unleashing them and reaching out to them to make sure that they are part of the village. Because when you look at a lot of summits and you look at the content, and in fact, I have to really thank the organizers for inviting us, because in most cases, because I'm a heavy content person, when you look at most speakers, they always either come from academia or they either come from big organizations. If I were responsible for many of the summits, I would challenge the organizers to say we need the voice of more entrepreneurs. Because after all, for us to address this high unemployment rate, we are going to need more entrepreneurs. So if they don't have a voice, and yet they're the ones who are supposed to actually execute on these big projects, we are missing a big opportunity there. And then of course, financial institutions, very, very important. Of course, it can be commercial banks as well as our DFIs. I mean, in our experience at IRS, DBSA as well as the IDC, they've been very active, especially on the IDC side. And I saw PIC also announced, I think last week or 2 weeks ago, that they are playing a very big role.
2 minutes,
now,
Ms. Lele, if you could.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm actually going towards my last slide. So I spoke about the targeted approach in terms of opportunities and challenges, and I'm saying, as we train, we've got to be in tune with where the opportunities and challenges are to not miss the point. We do know that we've got the raw materials and production methods. So we do have the upstream, midstream, and downstream in green hydrogen. The storage and means of transport, very, very important. Uses and application, right? Very, very important. So this targeted approach in terms of opportunities, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we cannot train for the sake of training, and we have seen that movie before. So I would recommend that for green hydrogen, please let's at least match what we are training with all these big projects, but also start early enough to ensure that they are well included. And I think most of us are obviously fully aware of the value chain. And I think as RRS, we are in a very opportune space because we're in transport and logistics. We're also moving commodities out of Northern Cape into Namibia. So we have active projects that are actually giving us a lot of experience, and some of them we've been at it for the past 18 years, as I say, and 12 years. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thanks a lot for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lele, for sharing those SMME experience. It is very important for integration that we not only bring or work with the big companies, but to ensure that we do have the small players as well involved in the green hydrogen economy. Ladies and gentlemen, that was our last speaker. We have come to the end of today's session, and because of time, I'm not going to be opening up for questions. I would like to kindly please call Mr. Thabo Masombuka, who is one of our board members, to close the session for us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kidi. Chairperson of the Theatre Board, Mekoza, allow me to take this opportunity to thank everyone who came to bless this august occasion. Thank you very much for all of you who blessed this by attending, those who attended online and physically, those who traveled, leaving all the various responsibilities. CEO, thank you very much for your leadership in putting this together. This conference, I think it's been one of the most valuable conferences I've attended. We've had various information, various pieces of intelligence, which are quite useful in taking us into this very complex area of the hydrogen economy. I would like to thank the Minister in absentia for having arrived, and the DGs and the team, various sitters, our stakeholders, the Mayor of Saldanha Bay. I would like to thank all stakeholders and practitioners and panelists, Doc from the University of, from the Namibian team. I would like to thank everyone who came and came to present to us. Mr. Makawan, I do understand the predicament that you had. I know the feeling of being in the presence of engineers. So, in 2016, in my previous life, for all my sins, I used to be the CEO of a construction sector charter council. So I came to attend one of the events hosted by the Consulting Engineering South Africa, here in Cape Town. During lunchtime, I found myself in a table full of engineers. Introduced each other. One was the water engineer, one was the infrastructure engineer, one was the chemical engineer, one was the, I can't remember the other engineer, but all of them were engineers. And now my turn came, Chair, to introduce myself. As you would imagine, the question logically was, so Mr. Masombuga, what engineer are you? So I had to think on my feet. Immediately, my answer was, I'm a transformation engineer. So, so, Prof, it is the transformation engineers that we're going to need in this space to change around this form of an economy. We've had, over the past 2 days, words like repurposing, repositioning. We've had responsiveness, we've had collaborations, we've had integrations, we've had all sorts of words that are new in redefining this economic space. So Kidiboni and team, CEO, members of the various sectors of the economy, we at Theatre are specifically purposeful about partnerships, as Kidibone has said. So much that we've forged a relationship, and the chair has signed it during a MOU signature ceremony with what is called the TVET CGC. TVET CGC is a TVET Councillors Governors, is it Governors Council, right? Yes. And I happen to serve as one of the members there for my previous sins as the chairperson of the TVET College in King Insa in the Eastern Cape for the past 5 years. So I am acutely aware of the important relationship that TVET plays in ensuring that we consolidate the skills revolution in this country and ensure that we fight unemployment but also create new skills. So thank you very much for all the presenters who came to reignite that type of thinking so that we're able to purposefully reposition this. Tomorrow is going to be day 2, and we're going to receive a number of various speakers. The CEO has already indicated that one of the critical presentations tomorrow is going to be around AXA and how they have repositioned themselves in the space and the context of the hydrogen economy. We look forward to hearing that. Please come prepared. Let's engage with the thought and the ideas of making sure that we really take the skills revolution and the hydrogen economy into the next level. I am not sure if there are any other announcements, except for the fact that I am mandated by the board chair and the entire board collective to come and thank you once again for having participated and blessed this occasion. Please go drive safely, and let's see each other tomorrow. Thank you very much. Yeah. Is there a photo session? Huh? 9 a.m. All right. Thank you very much.